10:30 has arrived, and I'll hand over to Balclutha District Council Mayor, Mr. Jock Martin. Mayor Martin.
Well, Mayor Jock, I'd certainly call that.
Sir.
Please, Mayor's just a title, it doesn't change the person, so just Mayor Jock's good for me. A very warm welcome to the council, regional council colleagues, and especially to the new councillors for the regional council. You're a bit like me, I'm a rookie. It's a new journey for us all, but I'm just about guarantee you don't get a manual or a handbook telling you what the guidelines are. You've got to learn as you go. So, but I'm sure you are up for it too. And welcome to our guests in the back. And I hear there's some from Oamaru made an effort to come down. So well done. Good on yous. Must have a burning question for Kevin. And good to see our local school here, Wairero South. So great to see you guys here. And have an enjoyable day. So enjoy the lovely weather in the Balclutha district. Enjoy your meeting.
Thanks, Mayor Jock. Welcome everyone, and look, a very special welcome to Mayor Jock, and certainly to the pupils of Wairero South School and to our public forum. So thanks very much for coming to today's meeting. We are absolutely committed to moving around our vast region, which is Otago, and today is a very special opportunity for us to preside in the Balclutha district, which really is one of the productive pumps of our region. It's a region of it's a vast area of the Balclutha district. It's a small population, and at times that is a struggle to meet the demands of infrastructure and the demands that are placed upon it by central government. So Balclutha works exceptionally well and is an exceptionally special place to me, having spent my early married life here. It's a great spot. So without further ado, to open our meeting, we have a process now where in rotation, the councillors pass a reflection to those in the gallery and to those online. And I just reinforce that we are being live streamed and we are on our YouTube channel. So I'll hand to one of the rookies, councillor who's had plenty of time in the seat now to understand things, Councillor Neil Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, my reflection takes the form of a karakia because it's one that I'm sorry recalled with me many years ago in my time in Central Otago District Council. So I'll give this back. Ngā mihi o te rā ki te whānau e hui hui nei, kia tau te ranga Māori, kia whakatapua tātou, mina mia, e whakapono ana tātou, hui e. Greetings of the day to the whānau gathered here. Let peace be with us and may we respect each other. Believe it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gillespie. Now, look, I'd actually just like to take this opportunity now to acknowledge a recent passing of former Otago Regional Councillor Neville Peat, MNZM. Neville served the Otago community over 3 consecutive terms between 1998 and 2007, including as Chair of Biodiversity from 2001 to 2004, and later as Deputy Chairperson and Chair of the Environment and Science Committees from 2004 to 2007. He was also widely recognised for his contribution as an author, photographer and conservationist, and was appointed a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit for services to conservation in 2018. On behalf of the Council, I extend our condolences to his friends, his family, and record our appreciation for his service for Otago and his extensive commitment to environmental understanding and stewardship. We'll now continue on with our agenda, and firstly, apologies. We have an apology from Chair Calvert, who is unfortunately taking ill and has passed the baton for the day, and Councillor Laws for lateness. He is on his way, but I suppose it's good news. There's roadworks that he has come across and that slowed him up a bit. So we are making progress in our internet. So could someone please move those? Councillor Keller moved, seconded Councillor Moo. All those in favour? Thank you. We now have our public forum, and we have people that have travelled some distance, and it is all about travel that they will speak. So Katrina Prutney from the Oamaru Community Shuttle Service, if you could come forward, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me, including out in the YouTube world. My name is Katrina Prunty, and I'm with the Oamaru Community Shuttle, and we really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. I would just like to take a few minutes to talk to you about who's actually using our shuttle from our experience of the last 5 months or so. It's a limited time, but we already have a pretty good picture of who's actually counting on our service these days. Obviously, affordable transport between Oamaru and Dunedin is a huge benefit to our community in itself. One thing you might not realise or think about is how it also is an opportunity for social connection. In rural areas and also among our older population, loneliness and isolation are a huge issue. And you probably know the population of Waitaki in general trends older than the rest of the country. More than 27% of the population is over age 65. And of the people in Waitaki who were over age 80, 90% of those live in Oamaru, possibly because of the hospital and the medical services. So for those people, the shuttle offers an opportunity for a day out, a bit of independence, get out and do something fun, with safe transport and inexpensive transport. But we also see how the journey itself adds to the experience. It's part of the experience. I've traveled on the shuttle myself several times. One example, I recently sat on the shuttle beside 2 women who were traveling back from Dunedin. They'd never met each other before, older ladies, probably in their 70s or 80s. And literally the whole way they spent chat, just totally hit it off. And you could just feel the vibe, the energy there. And they may never see each other again. Hopefully they'll meet each other again on the shuttle. For them, that was a really nice experience in the afternoon. We get many comments also about how friendly and helpful our volunteer drivers are. And again, how safe our drivers make the passengers feel. In terms of the demographics, people assume perhaps that it's mostly older people or people going to the hospital, but in fact, or possibly those who are struggling financially. But in fact, it's a much broader cross-section of the community than you might expect. And we have several regulars who are teenagers. They live rurally and pretty far off the main road, and they have regular appointments in Dunedin. I won't go into details of why, but their mums can now drop them to State Highway 1 and then get back to the farm, rather than having to drive either all the way to Palmerston to catch the bus or all the way into Dunedin to drop them off to their appointments and then pick them up again later on. So it's a huge help for them. We also have a couple of teenagers who are becoming regulars, 15-year-olds, who'd like to go down on the weekend. And just that's the way for them to go into the big smoke and feel independent and have a nice day out, and their parents know they're safe with us. During the school holidays, we did notice an uptick in teenagers as well, because again, it's a way for them to find something to do during the holidays. And again, their parents know that they're safe with us. And we also now have just this week actually added a Polytech student who's traveling from Mahino to his classes in Dunedin. And if we were 5 days a week, he would use us 5 days a week, but what we have is already helpful for him. So we did reach out to the Polytech, for example, to kind of promote the 2-way travel, not just from Oamaru going south, but also coming north. And we're hoping he's the first of the sort of response to that effort. We're finding that a lot of older people in particular, their family members will drive all the way from Dunedin or Palmerston up to collect their maybe older mother or father and take them back to Dunedin for a weekend or that kind of thing. Again, they're really happy when they learn about our service and are starting to use it. And for people like that, and not having to rely on their families, or for the teenagers, it also offers a great degree of independence. Again, we have 2 ladies, regular ladies in their 80s from Oamaru. They're regular travelers with us, one of them in particular. And taking the shuttle is a real day out for them. I actually traveled with them once and saw how much they were enjoying themselves at chatting and helping them get organized with the OR bus and using the B card, which is free, of course, in off-peak time, which for people like that on a fixed income, it's a really big thing to be able to just move around if it's raining or whatever. One of them actually has her own car, but she's not comfortable driving all the way to Dunedin, especially in bad weather. So again, this is something she wouldn't do normally, but it gives her an opportunity to go to Dunedin. And of course, it's not all Oamaru to Dunedin, it's also stops at Mahino. We have a lot of people coming from Mahino, from Hampton, going to Palmerston, going to Dunedin, the various stops. So it's not just a straight Oamaru Dunedin that we're experiencing. We've had passengers who are legally blind. We have a couple of young professional types who have lived in the city before. One of them used to live in Wellington, and they never really needed to have a driving license, and so they don't drive. And they've been using the shuttle as well. It gives them the opportunity to go shopping or whatever. We have some who are visiting friends or family in hospital. And in fact, one Saturday, we had a last-minute call from a gentleman whose wife had been taken in suddenly to Dunedin Hospital that morning. Of course, he wasn't allowed to travel with her. So he was desperate to get down and join her. And luckily, we were able to accommodate him. He ran just in time. We were able to get him down there. Just so you understand, the alternative for him would have been almost $300 round trip on commercial transport. That's not small change, especially for most people in Oamaru. One lady who's traveled multiple times with us, she uses her B card to great effect. Every time she goes down, she takes the B card and she goes to a different place. Last time she went to Port Chalmers and spent the day in Port Chalmers, had lunch, looked at the shops and so on, got back on the Ourbus and was back then in Dunedin in time to take the shuttle back to Oamaru. Again, she's has vision problems. She's not allowed to drive herself. It gives her all of this independence and she doesn't have to rely on someone for a lift or an expensive taxi or the intercity, which will only get you there, but not back on the same day. So none of the people I've mentioned would actually be eligible to take the St. John Health Shuttle, which you've probably heard of, the hospital shuttle. They would not be eligible, or if they were eligible and they were traveling on a Saturday, there is no health shuttle on a Saturday, so we can help there. Few of those people can afford the commercial fares, and many of them wouldn't have an opportunity to travel at all without our service. So I hope you'll decide to support us in continuing to provide a service through the end of September, which I think will be coming up later in the meeting today. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, yeah.
See the picture?
I'd actually, yeah, I'd intended to have just this picture up in the background while I was speaking.
Gary, a question?
Yes, thanks very much for coming along and speaking to us, and it's awesome to see this type of activity and facility being available. But if I was to put up a spectrum of from here to here, and this side of the spectrum is absolute necessity type transport, versus this side, which is totally discretionary. Wake up in the morning and think, oh, I would love to go to the beach. I'm going to use it to go to the beach or go somewhere. Where do you see the dial sitting and for ongoing support and ongoing funding, what should be met by the ratepayers and what should be met by others?
Yeah, I'd say, first of all, that it varies every week. You know, the demographic that shows up every week sort of depends on circumstances. As somebody who, you can tell I'm not from here originally, I grew up with public transport. My personal view is that there should be, public transport available regardless of what your need is, because it's not just about, can I get to a hospital appointment? It's about quality of life. It's about independence. It's about, as I talked about earlier, isolation and being able to get those opportunities to interact with people, maybe to go to a film in Dunedin or to go to a gallery exhibition or something, which may sound highfalutin, but it could be all the difference to somebody for the week, that they have that interaction on the bus. So you're talking in terms of funding. We recently did a quick and dirty survey of, we had the A&P show coming up and we decided to participate. So we put together a survey just to ask people, what do you think, for public transport in our area, especially if we're looking forward to the next 5 months of maybe tweaking the service a little bit. And I think we get about 90 responses. And I think there were maybe 3 in response to the question, would you be willing to pay targeted rates for a service? I think 3 said no, maybe a handful. We said, would you pay $10 a year? Would you pay $20 a year? And people have no problem with paying some targeted rates if they see they're getting a service for it. So just, just for the financial side of things. Obviously also, I'm sure the transport team would come up with a fare structure that probably is a little bit different from what's, riding around Dunedin to reflect the longer distances. But we would hope that it would still stay very affordable. And I would consider it a necessity, very much so, yeah, for enough of the population. Sorry, I hope that wasn't too long.
Yeah, one quick one from Councillor Wilson.
I'm just, thank you very much. It's brilliant. And it's what I really like is that, well, a lot of people think it's going to be one targeted market, and it's much, much more than you'd ever anticipate, and often that's the way with transport. The question I've got, just because you talked about people coming from elsewhere, does ECAN do anything in the rest of the Waitaki that isn't part of cargo?
In the Waitaki, no, there are community shuttles in Kurau, but that's all community generated, and you know
It's
they
not
raise
ECAN.
funds and yeah.
Okay. And so where does the rest of your funding come from?
So just from we got a grant out of the funds that are being collected through the rateable, the targeted rates.
Yes, just that.
That's it. Yeah, I mean we do collect some money at the as people are coming on board, and you know we've kept our fare the same. We've extended our route to Dunedin on 2 of the 3 days now, so we don't have to connect with the Orbus at Palmerston. That was getting people home at 8 o'clock at night, and especially coming into the winter, that's just not realistic. We would definitely see our numbers drop. So for the rest of the trial, we kept the fare the same, but put donations welcome towards the extra fuel costs, and everybody is giving extra.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming there.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you.
Yeah. Thank you all.
And we have now online, on the same topic, Mary O'Brien from CCS Disability Services on Zoom. Mary.
Thank you, Chair Malcolm and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I was a late entry. I'm the Access Coordinator from CCS Disability Action, and today I will just speak in favour of the development of a community transport framework and the extension of the Oamaru Community Shuttle Trial. It's just so gratifying and uplifting and cheering to hear the reports from about the Oamaru Community Shuttle. The Oamaru community for a long time has articulated a need for this, and this is the kind of response or use that we expected from our experience of community shuttles in other areas and of the benefit it makes. In particular for disabled people, it means that they can make hospital appointments, etc., etc. The previous speaker mentioned the $300 fare either way, and that's just insurmountable for some people. So what that actually means is they don't go to their specialist appointment. They miss out on treatment and things like that, and that has a community-wide cost. And also the benefits described by the previous speaker, they're pretty, if you monetize those, that would be very difficult, but they're hugely beneficial. We hear reports also of people who are using it to travel to the smaller towns south of Oamaru and visit friends, and some are visiting people that they haven't seen for years. And they just love it, and they also enjoy the trip. So we strongly recommend that you continue with this trial, and that you make sure that you do the work to make sure that it becomes a permanent feature of the transport landscape. In these times, it's essential. So I just want to thank the previous speaker, that's great, and thank the council for what they've done, because it's taken, they've put a lot of effort into it, and they've listened to the local community. Some of the benefits of that the previous speaker spoke about of community transport are the same as the shuttle. People making friends, people making connections, people being able to access things that they would not go to otherwise. When we talk about transport, one of the things that we often talk about is trips not taken as an indicator of the fact that people are missing out. We measure them sometimes, but not often, and we don't have a really scientific way of doing this. But anecdotally, we hear from disabled people all the time about trips that they haven't taken and what the consequences of those are. And they're the ones that you might think of initially of not reaching appointments and things like that. I remember an ECAN staff member telling me when they instituted the on-demand bus service in Timaru, I was speaking to her on the phone, and she said, people are doing things that they've never done before. And the things that they have never done before, visiting family and friends. So all these kinds of transport integrate, and they're all really, really important. So if you think of the 298, that's nearly 300 people that have used that shuttle. What are the benefits to those people? And that's what you need to talk about when you're thinking, what's going to happen to the service users if they don't use it, if it's not available? And now with the cost of petrol, etc., it's going to become even more difficult for people. So just to close, I'd like to say that we strongly support the development of a community transport framework, and which includes funding and support over time for these services to operate. And we also support the extension of the shuttle trial, and that you use that time to develop a permanent solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions there? Appears to be none. Look, just quickly to both that have come to talk on the bus service and the trial. Thanks very much indeed for coming, and thanks for the work you're doing within the community to try and establish that service. And there will be a paper later in the day. Should that be, I have to get that accepted into the agenda. But with your help being here, I'm sure we will. So with that, we'll move on to item 4, which is confirmation of our agenda. And firstly, we will ask that we add 2 additional items to the agenda, which will add papers 10.6 as the Oamaru Community Shuttle Trial, and 10.7, which is the 2006 Community Survey, to the existing meeting agenda.
They're on the agenda.
Yes, they're in the agenda, the late supplementary papers that we see. So move, Councillor Wilson, a seconder for that. Councillor Kelleher, all those in favour? Thank you. So to item 5, declarations of interest. This is just a reminder to all members to ensure that they stand aside from decision making where a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or external interests they may have. It is solely your discretion, and I would seek that you use that discretion when appropriate. So which I'm sure leads us to item 6 on the agenda, which I am anticipating will be the highlight of our visit to Balclutha and the highlight probably of our year in council, but it has been an exciting year so far. We have a presentation firstly from Envira Schools, and I think Ian's going to come to introduce that, and then we have the pupils of Waira South School and their team to let us know what they have been doing in this space. So Ian, I'll hand over to you. Thank you. And sorry, at the end of this presentation, we're going to take a short 5 to 10 minute break to give councillors the opportunity to mingle with the students and just find out really what they have been doing and ensure that they are actually enjoying it. And that could give them another 5 or 10 minutes away from the day. Thank you.
Excellent. Good morning, councillors. It's my pleasure to introduce, I think many of you know Lisa de Klerk, who's our regional coordinator for Envira Schools, the lead across the Otago region, and her, the other team member is Lexi Davidson here, who is the regional coordinator in Central Otago. So Lexi is based in Alexandra and was a teacher until recently and came over to us a year ago. So I'm delighted to have the team. They're going to give you an annual review of what's been happening in Envira Schools. We've had a very good year last year, and we're just giving you some of those highlights and explaining to you, especially some of the new councillors, how the network works. And we're delighted to have Waira South School as well. So welcome to you, students, and your teacher. And I'm going to work the machine and hand over to Lisa and the next thing. The format will be a short presentation from Lexi and Lisa, and then we'll hand over to the students, and then questions from you if you have any. Many of us.
So it's a good problem to have.
Okay.
Right, well, kia ora koutou. My name is Lisa de Klerk. I am the Envira Schools Regional Coordinator Lead for Otago Regional Council. Kia ora, I'm Lexi Davidson and I am Regional Coordinator based in Central Otago. Before we start, I just wanted to say a really quick thank you to our manager, Ian Taufa. Ian Taufa has been part of our Regional Council for just under a year now. So last time we were doing this, he hadn't started yet. And he's been a massive support to both us as the EnviroSchools coordinators, but also to the partnerships and engagement team as well. So thank you very much. It's going to work.
Actually. There we go.
So these statistics are ones that we have pulled from the National EnviroSchools website. So you will see that we have 100 EnviroSchools over Otago. We are very excited because in May we have another 4 schools coming, ECEs coming on board, making us 105 EnviroSchools. And those ECEs are part of the Oamaru Kindergarten Association. So they'll be signing their individual agreements come May. That will take us to 16 ECE and increase our percentage of ECE to approximately 12%. We have 18 collaborators on, but yeah, we're now sitting at 51, so that's a new updated. And they are, those collaborators are organisations and groups that we work with to do in-school facilitation and also plan our events. So obviously with EnviroSchools, we have really strong collaboration in Otago. It has been a really fantastic year to showcase that as well. The way that EnviroSchools works is that the kaupapa and the intellectual property of EnviroSchools is owned by Toimata Foundation, which is a charity based out of Hamilton. And they have 3 national EnviroSchools team, and they support the regional coordinators. And so with those regional coordinators, they support the regional network. And so for Otago Regional Council, they employ both myself and Lexi as the regional coordinators. And in every other area other than Otago, they would also employ those facilitators as well. But we have regional partners with all of the district councils and Dunedin City Council. And the facilitators are actually employed either directly or indirectly through contracts through those district and city councils. In Queenstown Lakes and Central Otago, that is indirectly through the Wanaka Wastebusters and Central Otago Reef. And for kindergarten associations, the facilitators for those ECE are directly employed by the kindergarten associations themselves. So when we talk about our regional collaboration, we're talking about the TLAs, we're talking about kindergarten associations, but we're also talking about the people on the ground doing the work as well. So whether that is Otakaya Creek and Marsh Trust, or whether it is some organisation like Orokonui, then those are the people that we work really closely with in order to create that strong collaboration across Otago.
So this is our team delivering EnviroSchools across Otago. So as Lisa said, she and I are the only ones who are employed by ORC, and all the rest are funded either by their kindergarten associations or by TLAs working for them, or charitable partners. We are going to have a change of Balclutha facilitator coming up this year, as Scott's taken on a new role in CDC. So we'll have Hannah joining us very soon. Karen and Ewan are both going to be the new facilitators from the Oamaru Kindergarten Association, and Jolene also sits there within Whānau Manaki, which have 5 ECE around the Balclutha area.
So when a school becomes an EnviroSchool, it is a process. Every school in Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes is an EnviroSchool. Across the coastal Otago, where the facilitators are employed directly by those TLAs, not every school is a EnviroSchool. And I guess there's a lot of conversations about how we get to the point where we've got capacity to bring on more EnviroSchools.
And that's a conversation that we have with those TLAs in particular. Early childhood is a little bit different in that Enviro Schools primarily works with kindergarten associations, and we've been really lucky to have Oamaru Kindergarten Association join us this year. Whānau Manaki has been a part of Enviro Schools for a number of years now, and so the trying to get more growth within Enviro Schools is a conversation with those TLAs, but the Enviro Schools journey in itself, the idea is that when they join, they start the sustainability journey within their school, starting with their board, working with their senior management, and then working to embed the practice within their school. And then from there, the students become the leaders, and they start with their projects that they would like to be able to do. And a lot of schools really have a strong relationship with the community already, and it's what this community and the schools see that they want to do best is what they end up doing. So that can range for quite a variety of different topics, from zero waste to wetland restoration, multicultural events. A lot of schools have community gardens, but really their Enviro Schools journey is really specific to them. So it really takes on that local flavour.
So last year we had 19 hui that were events held for primary, secondary students, and also professional development for teachers and sustainability. We are on track for another 19 events this year in Otago. We hold them in districts, and that is to help reduce the barriers for schools attending. And this year we are running a youth jam, which is a secondary school 3-day camp. That is going to be our first region-wide event, and it's the ORC's first chance to support a region-wide environmental education event too.
So you will have also been given our 2025 annual review summary. So every year in term 4, we ask schools to do an annual review. And this is to get more of an idea of the actions that go on within an Enviro Schools journey that doesn't have the Enviro Schools facilitation as a part of it. What we have done to try and showcase the actual actions that happen in schools is we've aligned it with our guiding principles, which is our empowered learners learning sustainably, honouring te ao Māori, respect for diversity and sustainable communities. And so each school that does the annual review will be able to speak to one of those or multiple of those guiding principles. And it's a really good opportunity to see what those actions are within the school, but also to see how they are looking towards the sustainability within their community as well.
So last year, National Enviro Schools brought about a refreshed reflection process. Originally, it was perceived as a stage-based approach with a bronze, silver, green, gold awards. That has been changed because we want National Enviro Schools saw that it needed to be more aligned with the curriculum and more of a cyclic process, that schools are reflecting and never becoming stagnant in their sustainability journey. So with the new process, last year we had St Joseph's in Queenstown be the first school in Otago to reflect, with Little Wonders in Oamaru reflecting earlier this month. And so with that new process, schools are creating their own next steps and their own goals and targets going forward. We also are excited to welcome the Oamaru Kindergarten Association, which is bringing 2 new facilitators and 4 new kindergartens, and we also welcomed John McGlashan College back as an Enviro School after.
So we've got quite a busy year planned for 2026. As we said, we've got 19 students and teacher hui planned, but also the youth jam. We're really excited about the youth jam happening in May. We're just going through the process now to get numbers from schools. We are looking really quite specifically at targeted professional development for our Enviro Schools facilitators, because our role as regional coordinators is to provide a lot of support for those facilitators. And we have identified that most of our schools who are enviro schools really struggle with the energy theme area. So we're upskilling ourselves this year so that we can better support schools in thinking about sustainable energy. We have also been a leader in New Zealand for regular online cluster meetings. So this is teacher professional development for the southern area, where we talk and unpack some of the theme areas for enviro schools. And we're working with that. We are looking to be able to provide that out and increase that out to national teachers as well. So we're taking that national lead on those professional development. But also we're looking to provide a lot more dedicated support for Oamaru kindergarten and Balclutha facilitators as we come into those new people joining us.
So here are some photos just to show snapshots of some of our primary aged events that have been held in Otago over the year. So Lisa and I's support is mostly on the ground in districts. We travel to our facilitators to help with hands-on practical support, whether it's just a wetland restoration project where they need extra hands, or running these primary, secondary aged events for teachers. We have a bunch of facilitators who are all unique and have their own strengths, but most of them come from a teaching background. They have really strong connections locally, which is why we have 51 collaborators, and they make enviro schools and their district councils proud. We have approximately 90% of our current enviro schools engaged, and the ones who aren't at the moment are just in a wee dip of the sustainability journey.
So just to be able to showcase our point of how great enviro schools is for local schools, we have invited Waiwera herself to do a presentation for us, and to be able to speak to exactly what it is that they get out of enviro schools in Otago. So, over to you, Kaz.
Okay, kia ora tātou, ko Kaz Basut Huikua, kai te tumoapi o Te Kura o Waiwera South. I'm a principal down at Waiwera South. I'm a teaching principal, as we only have 30 children. We'd just like to thank you for inviting us to share the value of enviro schools kaupapa and what it means to be in a enviro school. This is our 7th year on the journey, and by being invited to this is actually a really powerful way to look back and see what we've done and the changes our tamariki have led within our school. While we've made many little changes over the years, looking back, we can see they've had a massive collective impact. Our journey focuses on practicing kaitiakitanga, taking care of our environment, which sits at the heart of one of our school values, which is order. Fitting into this, we've consciously been reducing waste, nurturing our gardens, and bettering our environment. So we've got Ryan, Briley, Samuel, and Ryan who are going to share with you some of the things we have done. For all of these children, we've been in enviro school pretty much their whole time they've been at Waiwera South School. Ryan and Ryan were in year 1 when we officially began our journey as an enviro school, and Briley and Samuel have joined us further into their schooling. So the enviro schools kaupapa is all of these, what these children have ever known whilst at school. So I think Ryan's going to kick off. Ryan M.
A big part of our kaupapa is about pie and sharing what we grow. We have been transforming our school grounds to a productive space, a huge veggie garden that spreads over 3 big garden beds and a glass house, an orchard full of fruit for everyone to share, and a massive strawberry patch that started as a student genius hour project. To help all this grow properly, we have even installed a new water tank, water pump, and timers, so our gardens stay healthy all year round, even during the holidays. Being part of this means we aren't just growing food, we are growing a way to look after our community and neighbours.
We're always looking for a genius way to help nature thrive. We use a propagating shed built by students in 2019 and 2022 to put on native seedlings we've grown from seeds, which then we plant around the school and community to protect our young plants. We've researched and built many glass houses that stop birds from eating seedlings and put chicken netting on to keep ground animals out of the veggie garden. 2 years ago, the students in the senior class built 3 new compost bins because we want to turn our scraps into the best soil possible. The first compost bin we built in 2018 wasn't working properly, so we worked with Scott learning about compost bin, compost, and researched and build a much better system. Another thing we have done is create a seed library where the whole community can swap seeds, both native and vegetable. We keep this stocked and people bring in seeds they have too many of and take seeds they think they need in their gardens. We have quite a few people that use this regularly. The community helps us with their time and advice. The whole community garden, orchard and sharing seeds is about using what we have to share our space and produce with the community.
We've learned that looking at what we throw away is the first step to making changes. We've done waste audits over many years to see what we can eliminate. For example, we've noticed too much plastic wrap in lunch boxes, so we made beeswax wraps using colourful fabric. We are also going to do this again as people have left and we need to refresh them. People are also working hard to have reusable containers in their lunches. We have very little rubbish at school. From our waste audit, we have also realised that paper towels were a basic source of rubbish. So we brainstormed solutions about how we could reduce or eliminate this. In the end, the students decided to go for reusable hand towels. We asked parents for old towel donations, turned them into smaller hand towels that we wash every day. All the students learned how to sew them so we could make the hand towels. We also bought the school washing machine. Hanging out the washing and folding the towels is now a duty we do every day. Not only has it reduced waste, but it has saved the school over $2,000 a year by not buying paper towels. Even our school office has joined in by moving to paperless accounting. Seeing our rubbish bins get emptier every year feels like a real win for our environment.
Our Enviro School's mahi doesn't stop at school. We have been part of the Citizens Science Project, the Sustainable Coastlines Litter Intelligence Project, for 5 years. Our senior class are both Port Molyneux and Ybaka Point, sometimes twice a year. Then we do all the analysis and input the data into the project. It has been really interesting looking at trends and where the waste is coming from. We have been able to learn from this and think about what we are doing inland that may affect the coast. We also do annual roadside cleanups in our community. Last year, we noticed a lot of the rubbish was from tipped over wheelie bins, so the senior class wrote to Mr. Goldsmith at the council to see if they could support us. And then we wrote letters and information packs for our community and gave away wheelie bin clips to everyone to reduce the amount of rubbish in the community from the bins blowing over.
One of our favourite spots is the Warrior Corner, where we have been visiting since 2018. Every year we do water testing for clarity and Balclutha to check the river's health. We even find freshwater mussels, which is a great sign of a healthy waterway. We have been planting natives there to strengthen the riverbanks and make it a beautiful place for people to picnic. A lot of natives are ones we have grown at school and local seed sourcing. When we started, it was just a grass bank. Now it has trees taller than us and many flaxes. Birds have returned to the area again. Each year we are moving further along the bank. The great bit is we can see our planting from the main road, so everyone can see how well it is growing and what an amazing place it has become. This planting is important, knowing we and our catchment are connected to the water and the coast, and it's our job to look after them and keep them thriving.
So as you can see, our students are involved in every aspect of making our school sustainable. There is a small daily decision or a large-scale community project. The Enviro Schools framework weaves environmental consciousness into everything we do. It empowers our tamariki to see themselves as leaders and guardians of their local landscape. As I said, all these students have always been part of the Enviro School kaupapa at Wairua South. They probably don't attribute a lot of what they learn and what is underlined for Enviro Schools because it's what we've always done. It's just the way we do things at Wairua South. But it has also had a big impact on how we approach things and what we learn. We think the Enviro Schools kaupapa is an incredible framework that helps us ground our teaching and in the long run supports us to grow active, conscious and deep thinking citizens. So we thank you all for your ongoing support of the kaupapa.
Councillor Noon.
Just had a question for Lisa. Talked about the capacity from a regional coordinator perspective, and I'm not sure whether you can speak on behalf of the TA, but in terms of the facilitators, perspective, can you describe the capacity at the moment, if it exists?
So both Lexi and I are part-time, so I'm 30 hours and Lexi is 20 hours, and we cover quite a large geographical area. The two of us together are pretty good at being able to be at every event that the facilitators get there, but obviously there is some limitations there as well. On behalf of the TLAs, you know, what they are doing, they are looking at their, I guess, what it is that is important to them. I can't speak on behalf of what the actions they are undertaking at the moment, but it is definitely a conversation that we are having.
So can I just follow that up, Mr. Chair? So
Just Andrew. Here, right. We did, if you recall, it might have been a couple of years ago at the start of the long-term plan process, write to all mayors, just asking the question around the ability to increase the level of funding to boost facilitation in those areas where maybe there was greater demand than available facilitation resource. I think it would be fair to say just financial pressures generally in that space meant that we haven't seen a significant increase, but it's a conversation that this council could continue to have. There's other options. Our model, as Lisa said, is one where the TAs fund their own facilitators, and they do that in a variety of ways, waste levies or trusts or directly through council resources. And we take on the coordination piece, but you know, there are opportunities there. There would just need to be conversations with the respective councils.
I suppose my question is particularly in that early childhood space where there's obviously scope to grow, but obviously it needs the resource to sit beside it.
Yeah, so ECEs aren't funded by councils at all. That is funded by the kindergarten associations themselves. We do have a couple of outliers in the Otago region. But they are definitely the exception to I guess the national model, and so it's the conversations with the kindergarten associations themselves that we have that in terms of their capacity to take on English Schools kaupapa, because it is a very different model in that ECE space, and that's how we've got to having Oamaru Kindergarten Association join us in this last year. They've been looking to do it for a number of years, but now is the perfect time for them to join.
Well done. Cheers.
Councillor Wilson.
What I'd love is a gap analysis of the areas that aren't getting this and have never had the opportunity and they've tried. Because I'm just wondering, given that we've now got a different resource being catchment groups, whether there's an opportunity of, you know, checking whether the model can be enhanced with catchment groups undertaking some of that work rather than it having to be DLA based.
Are you talking about environmental education in general?
Well, yeah, but if there are some schools that have never had the opportunity of being part of the Enviro schools, and if the TLAs don't fund it, is there a different way of funding it or getting it into schools in order to facilitate that? And I mean, it's great to see a rural school, very rural school, getting those resources, but that's not necessarily the case in every area. And some schools have had this as a something for years, right throughout the whole time that you've been running. And they're getting an unfair advantage in some ways.
So you're right, Kate. This is effectively the conversation last long-term plan. So it's certainly an opportunity in the upcoming long-term plan, if that's a direction that the council wants us to go, to provide some further information in terms of a gap analysis and where we know there is a demand and no ability for existing facilitators to enable those additional schools, that then you know, there may well be some decisions for council to make through that long-term plan process.
So Clutha District Council, hope you don't mind me saying this, Scott. So the Clutha District Council, they have 11 Enviro schools, but they also provide zero waste education as well. And so the schools that don't do Enviro schools, they do the zero waste education. So there is opportunities that are already happening with that. And to be quite honest, the Enviro schools kaupapa and the zero waste education work really quite well together. And we've had schools who have done zero waste education become Enviro schools from that.
But there is an increased demand for schools wanting Enviro school in Clutha, but we don't have the facilitation capacity.
And it's them that my questions around those ones that just never managed to get on the bike.
But we did offer them a different course that was less intensive in facilitation time.
Discussion. Thank you. So just wrapping this up, and I just had to hand my note over, and I was told that I spelled Briley wrong, but I did get the name right. That's not too bad. So, look, Ryan, Bridie and Samuel, thanks for the work you're doing and thanks for coming today along here with your principal. Look, life with an environmental lens is a pretty powerful tool. But what we've got to remember is that our communities of Clutha and of Otago, New Zealand actually needs the Clutha area to be and continue to be an agricultural productivity pump. And we need that to happen. But what we also need to do is ensure that our actions are sustainable and support a very strong environment. So well done to Wara School. Well done to Principal for getting them along here and keeping this whole system going. And thanks to the Enviro School team for the work you're doing throughout the province. We're going to stop and have a wee 5 to 10 minute break now to allow councillors time to have a chat with our guests for the day. Thank you. Excellent, and thank you all for listening intently to the Waira South School. It's been a pretty important journey for them, and it's great to see what they are doing within their activities and entrenching that within their daily thinking. So we will now begin and move through the agenda. We have first item 7, confirmation of minutes. Someone move in that direction, that they be a true and correct record. Councillor Wilson, seconded Councillor Byers. Those in favour? Action register. There's no open actions at this stage, so we'll move through that. And we come to item 9, which is our chairperson's report, which I will take as read, and happy to do my best to answer questions on that report, but with the chair eating something she probably shouldn't have eaten, and not feeling too well. She's not here today. So if there are any questions, I will do my best to answer. And if not, someone move that would be adopted.
Happy to move, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Noon, a seconder. Councillor Kelleher, all those in favour? We'll move to the next agenda item, which is 9.2, the Chief Executive's report. And to you,
Kevin. Yes, so a few things in there of note. Just a reminder again for those that were used to seeing a slightly different report. Finances and level of service are being circulated through our financial portfolio leads and reported on quarterly through council, so they're no longer appearing here. So this really is just some of the key activity in the last month. Annual plan is one of those things that we keep a close eye on. There was a decision taken in February, and that's now out with the community communicating what that decision was, and we'll come back to April council meeting for you to consider adoption of that plan. I've got our regular customer reporting in there. We remain busy in that space, and just numbers across the board, nothing of note in terms of anything we wouldn't have expected in that space. Rates related inquiries, public transport, mailing address, the usual sort of routine inquiries that we expect through customer services. In terms of general business, we have a large program of work ongoing for the transition to our new building, which will occur on the 28th of April, a day before the first council meeting in the new chamber. And obviously the community survey was a big piece of work, and that is the subject of a separate paper on your agenda today.
thank you, Richard. Councillor Wilson.
Just on the customer calls or the call centre, and because there's a paper later on demand, and just understanding, was there a notable increase when the on-demand service came in Moscow, when one of the options was to ring? Because we've seen a drop off of Super Gold in that space, which are probably the ones that are more likely to be ringing. And to understand, was there any tracking of any of those sort of changes?
No, I'd have to ask the transport team to speak specifically to how many people might be using the phone. In terms of the overall customer numbers, that would be still such a small percentage of the overall customer inquiries that it wouldn't make any significant difference on our overall numbers, but it might be something that could be asked through that paper on public transport performance later on the agenda.
Actually, possibly the question is, if I ring up, if it was a transport one, does it get dealt with sometimes by customer services?
Customer experience will deal with that.
On demand, or if and it would only go through to transport later if it was something even more detailed. Yeah.
But they'll deal with other issues, but the actual on-demand booking where people require assistance is handled through customer experience.
Okay, and the waiting times for that, when things like rate statements going out, are we measuring that and seeing how efficient that is?
We do. Yeah, Amanda?
Yeah, so absolutely monitoring call times all the time. And yep, when we go into the busy season, those wait times do go up, but the team are constantly monitoring it. And they've got levers they can put in place like callbacks, voice messages to try and manage it. There is just an inevitability of that peak time though. We bring temps on in that peak season to try and manage those wait times, but the team is certainly measuring it.
Thank you. That's good.
Further questions? I have a mover for that report. Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor Gillespie. Those in favour?
Aye.
Carried. We now move to 10.1, which is matters for consideration, and Helen will be online. So a slight change to our normal process. We would normally get our portfolio leads to come to the front and the way our chamber is set up. This is a slightly different setup, so you don't get confused. I'm going to ask you to stay in your seats and introduce the papers. So the first paper is our water quality annual report. We will have Helen Trotter, water quality scientist, online. Our portfolio lead will introduce it, and it'll be Councillor Robertson. Thanks, Gretchen. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, it's with pleasure that Gary and I, as leads of the Science and Resilience portfolio, present a couple of papers today. And the first one is the annual update of the state of water quality. And yeah, you've already introduced, we have Helen Trotter and Ben Mackey with us online. And just for everyone's sake, this is the annual update, and it does differ from the regional trend analysis, which happens every 5 years and has a lot more information and a lot more waterway specific information regarding trends. So this one's more of an aggregation of results to show the regional scale quality across waterway types. But I don't want to talk any longer. I want to hand over to you, I would imagine, Helen, at this point.
Thanks, Gretchen. Good morning, everyone. As Councillor Robertson mentioned, this is the annual report card, which just aims to provide a simple overview of water quality and ecosystem health aggregated across our state of the environment, river and lake monitoring sites to meet reporting requirements under the NPSFM. So alongside this report, we also update our data annually to the Land, Air, Water Aotearoa website, LAWA, and that allows our results to be viewed spatially in a more interactive format, which and provides a range of supporting information to assist with interpretation. So the annual report provides an updated snapshot of current state based on the most recent 5-year period to 30 June 2025, and results are assessed against the national reporting framework included in the NPSFM. This time period does not fully capture natural influences on water quality, such as long-term climate cycles that operate over decades. And so as a result, even sites with minimal human impacts can fall into different NOF bands in different time periods. And it's for that reason that direct year-to-year comparisons of NOF bands are not appropriate for assessing long-term improvements or degradation in water quality. To reliably assess how water quality is changing over time, we use trend analyses, and these are, as Councillor Robinson said, updated every 5 years. I would just like to finish by acknowledging the huge efforts and expertise of our environmental monitoring and data teams who collect all the samples and manage the data presented in this report, and I would welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Questions, Councillor Wilson?
I'm just wondering, and this is done because of the NPSFM and reporting on that, and yet in the last 5 years there's been a huge increase in assessments by people doing Water Lab or similar DNA testing. And are we precluded from opening our eyes and considering what other results are being met and including them in the reports? I mean, a lot of that information is publicly available. and may give a different or enhance our responses. And I'm just wondering if our report is using all of the best information available to give the picture, or are we just doing it for consistency's sake, doing the same thing every year?
So the purpose of this report is to meet the requirements of the NPSFM, which we're required to do. I would also say that this, we're measuring 20 attributes of water quality and ecosystem health over more than 110 sites. So that's an immense number of data points to consider already. But that's not to say we also do look at other information in different formats, reporting formats, and eDNA is one of those.
And what point do we do that? Because I don't think I saw a reference to it on here, but maybe I missed it.
No, it's not in this report. I'm just saying, like, in general, we haven't reported that to date. It is one of those emerging monitoring techniques. It's not covered in the NPSFM, but it's certainly something that we are aware of and open to considering.
Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
NIWA tend to practice or publish water monitoring information as well. I'm assuming they rely upon the same information that is contained in this report, or are there any other water monitoring that they do independent of us?
Most of the national level analyses do rely on regional council data, yes.
So that's the second part of that question is, do they do any analysis or water quality monitoring independent of us?
They do still collect water samples at a limited number of sites. It's not as extensive as the network once was, but they largely rely on our data, but they may do national scale analyses on that data.
So are there any differences between their reports and ours?
I mean, I can't talk in specifics, but in general, national scale analyses asking kind of nationally relevant questions may sometimes show different results at a regional scale analysis because of the way that data is handled. So where there are differences, we always use our regional scale analyses because they're most appropriate to answer regional questions.
So you're confident that our information is better than NIWA's when they report? When because sometimes there is an alarmist context to some of the NIWA reporting, as picked up by media to do with water quality sites in Otago. But you're saying, well, if that's the case, it's no different than the data that we provide, and our data would be more accurate than their independent report anyhow.
I wouldn't say one's better than the other, and the data is generally the same. There's different analyses to answer different questions. So their analyses may be the most appropriate for their questions, which may be at a national scale, and other another analyses may be more appropriate. There's not generally a simple or one answer kind of for these things.
Mr. Dyer.
Just briefly add that almost always at a regional scale, our data and analysis is something more reliable or something that we'd use, but we do always look at the national scale information that's coming out of NIWA and other parties, consider it, and then and make sure that it either aligns or where it doesn't align, flag why it doesn't align with our regional scale information. But by and large, it's much more reliable to look at our regional scale information from when we're looking at regional questions or regional rules.
Councillor Hollier.
Just to follow up on that, so to clarify, do they use the same scale?
It depends on
the definition of poor. Is that the same as?
Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
So, Helen, the question was, do NIWA typically use the same scale when considering NOF bands and that sort of thing?
So that's a national framework, but they might not be using them at all, depending on what their analysis is and what their questions are.
That's why we get different results.
So It's good, understand that, and just a question from the chair to you, Mr. Dyer, would be, we have 105 sites and 84 rivers and 14 sites and 8 lakes. Is that, while that is possibly given the correct and the right amount of data for this report, are you comfortable that that is giving us a true reflection of what's happening in those water bodies?
Certainly will be a true reflection of what's occurring in those water bodies. The number of sites, their placement, all of that sort of thing is something we reflect on reasonably regularly as national policy statements change, or as our analysis shows that we might need to look at something different, but always reviewed and then put through a long-term plan process for further consideration.
Thank you. Further question here from Councillor Wilson.
I'm just wondering, so generally, I'm quite impressed with the results here. Maybe I'm reading incorrectly, but can I just understand, how does the government present a report of all of this aggregated information, in not necessarily ranking, but looking at how the regional areas or the regions compare?
Yeah, so there are national level analyses and kind of comparisons available on LAWA. So that's done annually. There are updates done. And then there are also kind of domain state of the environment reports that are released periodically from government as well.
I meant against the north, sorry. LAWA isn't north, is it?
LAWA includes the north bands, and it also provides a national picture of how similar sites compare to each other across the country.
And the only other question I had is, how have you got any heads up on what the next north or what the bands may look like and how this report may compare? And so the other one is, what are the emerging issues from these reports with risks of climate change? Are there any areas that you think we should be concentrating or be concerned about?
So the first part, do I have a heads up on what's coming in the new MPSFM and how it would relate to knock bands? I don't. And in terms of climate change, that's outside of the scope of this reporting that I've done. So I wouldn't be able to answer that today.
Thank you.
Thank you. That being the, sorry, Councillor Laws, one more. Thank you.
I just wanted to see the problem I've got with this report today is that, and I think you addressed it in your opening remarks, is that I want to know if water quality is getting better or worse. So, and what I've got here is a snapshot of what it's been in the last 12 months, but it doesn't tell me actually anything other than this is a snapshot. Now, as I understand it, you're saying to me, well, we do a 5-yearly review, and then we do that sort of trend review. But I'm struggling to understand why I'm not seeing that here today as well. Because if you are doing, wait on, if you are doing, just a question, if you are doing 5 years over a period of time that you're making a review, then you simply, I would have thought, update yourself every year so that your new information comes in your last year or the 5th year drops off the other end. So is there an answer?
Yeah. Mr. Dyer.
Sure.
So I can answer that one. So there is quite considerable analysis and expense in going through all of the data annually and undertaking full trend analysis. The other part to that value question is that a year's data often doesn't show a great deal of change. So adding a year's data to a 20-year trend profile often doesn't show a great deal of change. So significant costs, often you don't see much benefit in adding just a single year's worth of data in. And 5 years is the legislative requirement for undertaking that type of analysis. There is a requirement for us to undertake to bring this report to you annually, which is the reason that we do so. I do recognise that it is frustrating from a council table's perspective when you're looking at a report when you know you could see trends and you could see much more information. The reason we don't bring that to you more regularly is 1, cost, and 2, the value proposition isn't as significant as one would think. we can up that frequency and we can do that differently. There's just a cost and effort associated with it.
I don't know where to start on this one, but I guess they'll
You can start with another question if you wish.
Yeah.
Yep. Or you can do that in debate.
Yeah.
Councillor Noon.
Can I ask a question of Tom? If we are looking at an issue, a water body that has nitrogen, phosphorus issues, or E. coli, those three examples, what sort of timeframe would you need to understand a considerable trend to deal with those three particular contaminants approximately?
Yes, 10 years is okay, but considering a trend, 10 years of data. 20 years is better, and the type of standard we'd look for typically before drawing any detailed conclusions.
Thank you.
Question, Councillor Kelleher.
So my understanding is that we will get an updated trend analysis with this detail. It's just, it hasn't arrived here because we're receiving this first. It then follows with staff having applied this to a trend analysis. And we will see that, and that comes every year. That's correct, isn't it?
No, so it's every 5 years that we deliver that analysis typically. We did do an out of cycle extra report in 2023 to bring the latest information to the table with regard to the land and water plan development. But at this stage, we've got it on the list for 2028.
So we don't see anything on trends. I thought we did see trends regularly.
No, just you've been here regularly, so you've seen it in that regular cycle.
No. We saw the irregular one in 2020.
Yes, so we've had an extra one in between time. Yeah.
I need to see that.
Well,
so I will leave that to debate, and looking at that would become a long-term plan issue. If we wanted to greater investigations and change that cycle, it would be a long-term plan issue that we would put into that discussion, because it will need funding and it will need a change, so it would be long-term plan. Councillor Gillespie, come back to you.
Because I haven't had the benefit of Councillor Kelleher being here long enough. Am I right to assume in this report, the last collateral report was ending June last year, 2020 to 2025? Is it? I've read that right?
Correct.
Can I ask?
And if you, yes,
Can I ask
one wee statement, if you go to paragraph 20, that in the box there lists you the sites that you can go to look at the trend analysis that we previously had. Councillor Laws.
So I just wanted to ask you, just from a pure, because the public would be struggling with this too, and I'm sitting here as a council, so struggling. So if something goes wrong with the water quality of our lakes and rivers, we're saying publicly, well, we'll find that out over a 10-year period or a five-year trend. What happens if something goes catastrophically wrong within a year? How do we pick that up?
So maybe I'll start with that. So the requirement we have is to do that every 5 years on a regional scale. So that's the one that's due again in 2028. If we have a specific issue with a particular attribute or a specific lake or river, there is absolutely the ability for the team to go away with the data we have and complete that at a suitable scale to answer the question that the table has got. We don't have to wait for a full regional 5-year trend paper as it's scheduled. We will do that anyway because we have to. But there is the ability for us at any time with Ben and Helen and the team to dig into a trend analysis for a specific issue or attribute. And that does happen.
So you're doing your annual monitoring, you're going to a particular site, it's suddenly gone off the scale. And you would automatically, and that's the next question I was going to ask, that would trigger action from our team to bring it to this table to say, we've got a problem. Is that right?
Yeah. If it requires particularly if it requires some direction or investment, it would have to come here.
Okay. All right. And there's nothing in the last year, just to make sure this is spot on, that would suggest that we've got a problem anywhere, everything's happening the way it should be, or there is no blip in occurrence with this state of the
I'll
environment.
let Tom answer that.
Is that right?
Mr. Dyer?
No, but you will recall that in the last little while, we have brought a couple of papers specifically raising issues with regards to the three big lakes in central Otago, talking about trends that are occurring there and early trends emerging from short-term data sets. We've done that a couple of times and we'll continue to focus on that issue specifically, but there is nothing else at this stage.
Final question by Councillor Robertson.
Just as well, because we are a public, we do recreational monitoring as well with E. coli, and we also do cyanobacteria, so the health things as well, and we monitor those, and they regularly get picked up and dealt with through appropriate authorities, including ourselves. So yeah, there's that as well that happens. It's not that we just wait for a year.
And the question was, is that correct, Mr. Dyer?
Thank you. Science and resilience portfolio.
Thank you. Very, very, very important. So we have a recommendation and we have the chance to debate. So I want someone to note this report. Councillor Kelleher, and a seconder for that report, Councillor Wilson. Those in favour of noting this report. So we'll go into debate first. As the mover of this, do you wish to talk now or hold until the end of debate?
I'll wait till the end.
You'll wait till the end. Is there any further debate on this matter? If not, we'll go to the mover. Process, Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, yes, sorry.
Gary.
Mixing up the swimmability report and the other detail that we receive throughout the year is what we see at this table on an annual basis. And but I just wanted to highlight here that we've received this report. We don't see a trend, but what we're seeing is our yearly detail. And you could be immediately drawn to the red in some of the graphs. But I'd like to highlight that if we're prepared to accept fair, good, and of course excellent has been very good, then there's a lot for Otago to be very proud of here. And I think across our rural areas especially, that there's a lot of work being done. There's a lot of recognition, a lot of effort, some funded by us and others. And there are changes being undertaken by catchment groups and others, individuals that will all be playing a part in presenting these good results. And so while we have much to do, I think, and especially in some of the urban areas, that also is being recognised, and we have to find ways to manage that. But no, I think my key message here is that Otago and those within it and those in these areas should be very proud.
Thank you. That is the end of debate. We have a motion on. We have those in favour of the motion to note the report. All those in favour? Hence carried. We'll now move on to 10.2, which is the paper on the Clutha Liaison Group, and Councillor Robertson. Thank you.
So yeah, welcome along to Brett, and I think we had Kirsten as well involved in this paper, but I'm not sure. Oh, she's online. Yep, so welcome along, great to have you with us. This paper is reporting on where we're at in the process of establishing the Lower Balclutha Liaison Group and getting it operational. So it's great that we've had an election process and 5 community seats. Feels a little bit strange to be talking about this because we have Councillor Robbie Byers heavily involved as well. So if he wants to chip in throughout, no doubt that'd be really helpful. So yeah, we're here and we've got a few jobs today. We've got the terms of reference there, which has gone past the group there. So we can look at that and decide whether we'd like to approve the terms of reference. Appointing Robbie Byers as a councillor rep, so that is another job today to consider. And also really important one, which is thanking the community members who've put themselves forward. David Botting is here today as well, I understand. So welcome, fantastic to have you here. And yeah, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Brett.
Thank you. Yes, so this paper is just updating council on formation of the Balclutha liaison group. Election was held for the group on the 13th of November, selecting the members within the group. Meeting was held on the 19th of February, first meeting of the liaison group. That meeting was primarily around introducing staff to the group, electing the chair and confirming the terms of reference. The chair was elected. Stuart Morrison has taken up the position of the chair of the group. The terms of reference were confirmed by the group. And all these there for questions.
Thank you, Fred. Questions? Councillor Byers?
What do you see as the main purpose of this liaison group? The main purpose of the group is to facilitate good communication between the community and ORC and ORC staff. We've got a lot of assets in the Balclutha region. There is a lot of ratepayer money going into those assets, and the connection into the community that these groups provide is proving very, very useful in a number of ways. Straight out information coming from the ground, some of the feeling from the community around some of the work we do, even point of view creating contacts and connections within the group.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Somerville?
Thank you. Look, I just want to check this out in terms of everybody's safety. And I'm just noting about recommendation 3 about Robbie Byers appointed as councillor representative there. Just want to check that as a property in Paratai being a direct beneficiary of that flood and drainage scheme, that has it been checked that there is no conflict of interest in a person in that position being the ORC representative on the liaison?
Yeah, so maybe I'll take that one, Brett. So I've had a look at the terms of reference and considered the role of the group as it's set out. Ultimately, a decision on conflict of interest is for you as individual councillors to make, and your comfort that the role you're under, that there is no conflict in the role that you're undertaking. My sense with these liaison groups is that they're primarily for communication, and all decisions around budgets or benefits come back to this table as a whole to make, which is the same process we run for the Tāori liaison group. And so the advice I've provided to Robbie is, while he has to consider in an individual capacity his level of comfort, I am comfortable based on the purpose of these groups and their lack of any delegations to make decisions.
Thank you, Richard. And I might just add that at the start of each of these meetings, we are particularly asked all councillors, and we please remind all members of the need to stand aside from decision making when conflicts rise between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. And that becomes purely the prerogative of the councillor to decide that position. And this, as this body is a non-decision making body, and the chair and I have talked with the CE, and we are very comfortable with the process that is currently in place. Councillor Wilson.
I'm just wondering, and maybe I should have brought this up earlier, is not because of the potential conflict, but because of the potential of not being able to attend a meeting, whether we should have alternates. And that would leave it open if there were a case of a conflict to have an alternative there. But it's more because I think the value of having a councillor listening and hearing those conversations is important. And if it doesn't suit, and I've got a situation in an ICM project where I can't attend, and it's difficult in how we do that it doesn't necessarily have to be one alternative. I don't know.
And just a reminder to the group the meeting can be attended by any councillors. That was one of the conversations we had when we set the tidy group up. So there is an opportunity, but we have got alternates for a number of different positions that are allocated around the council table. So this may be an opportunity through resolution 3 to add an alternate. Kate, you're right.
And as a local councillor, I'm really happy to do that, but I'm also happy to defer to anyone from the resilience group or finance.
So can I just clarify?
So I'm just going to Councillor Robertson, then you, Councillor Willis.
I'm sorry if you're on this topic. I was going to do another one, which is fantastic to see the spread there of community members that have put their names forward. But just wondering how we're going with the other, I suppose you'd call them organisations or stakeholders there. How we're going filling those spots.
Yeah, it is still a work in progress to one of those spots. We have reached out to the other organisations on the list here. At the moment, we haven't had anyone come forward to fill those spots, but we will continue to request that.
Awesome.
Councillor Laws.
So those spots, there are two questions I have. Those spots then are for the Contact Energy Limited, the Balclutha District Council, Okaha and Te Aomoana. Is that correct? Correct. Those are the four. Sorry, I had to understand the answer to your question was that you've asked them to come and be on this, but they haven't come back in a positive fashion.
Correct. Well, they haven't come back at all.
They haven't come back at all.
So we will, there's a probably looking, obviously be fantastic to have Balclutha there. We invite mana whenua representatives. I am very keen to get contact on this group. They are a significant player in the scheme. So I can have a chat to Tom and Brett about how we might encourage that.
Yeah.
It's just that in our next item, it's sort of related to this. You're talking about the kind of people that would go on these catchment groups. And one of them to do with, but it's a good example because you could think it across other groups as well, is iwi representation. And in the report, there is a point about resourcing them. So in other words, the idea seems to be in the report that's provided with that independent catchment review, the catchment review, that you might need to resource these people. Are you giving some thought to that in this case as well?
So who do we resource directly? The members of the tidy group?
Not directly to members of the group, no.
So not for the flood and drainage liaison groups. No. Okay.
Well, then the other question I had was, in this, if these people don't join, does it matter?
So if they don't join, the group will continue in the fashion that it is.
Yeah.
We did make some adjustments to the quorum to make sure that we form a quorum if those members didn't join. So it'd be useful to have them there, but it won't affect the operation.
And Kate's now going to be the alternate, is that right?
I don't know. There is a motion to that extent.
Well, what I'm assuming that because you live in the area, is that a principle? And I understood that to be a sort of principle that's being established. Is that going to be a principle that establishes around the other wards as well? So, for example,
I can answer. I know what you're asking, Mike. So when we took the paper in November to distribute different, I think it was November, distributing different roles, whenever it was, there was a conversation at the time to ensure there are alternates available for positions so that there is some backup because people are not always available and just to ensure there's not too much pressure on one person. So it hadn't been applied in the draft recommendations here. Kate's raised that it is consistent with other decisions you have taken about putting alternates in. So there's an opportunity to add.
When we come to that in other areas, we can do that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
So to that point, our portfolio leads, which are Councillor Robertson and Councillor Callagher, would you like a moment, and I'm thinking I could adjourn for 2 or 3 minutes to for you to scribe something to add the alternate proposition to that motion?
No, that'll be easy to add on, yeah, I think,
I think we can do a reply.
yeah. With, it'll be.
Good idea.
I'm happy to over.
Depends, it could be one of you two though. Or it could be one final, or it doesn't have to be together.
Oh, that could be.
Correct. Yeah, perfect. Well, just, all I'm saying.
No, we're all
just-
good.
We're comfortable. I've given you that opportunity, and an addition to the motion has been scribed. And we will put that, can we put that up on the screen? So we'll put three, any further questions, sorry, any further questions? There'll be no further questions, we will put the revised motions up on the board. The board, sounds like I'm gonna write it. So we have made an adjustment to recommendation 3 that now reads appoints Councillor Robbie Byers as council representative and Councillor
I'd have you to move that, it's councillor.
Councillor Kate Wilson as alternative representative for the Lower Clutha Liaison Group.
We just put all other councillor.
No, you do.
We have to.
Yeah. Right, so we have those, or I think I could safely take those as.
Could we take those?
I can take those individually, no problem at all. Right. We have a mover for the motion, recommendation 1, notices report.
Yep.
Councillor Kelleher, Councillor Gardner, seconder. Discussion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Recommendation 2 approves the terms of reference for the Lower Clutha Liaison Group. I have a mover, same Kelleher, Robertson. Debate. There being none, those in favour? Against? Carried. Make sure I say these things right. 3 is the new on the screen, which is appoints Councillor Robbie Byers as council or representative and Councillor Kate Wilson as alternative representative for the Lower Clutha Liaison Group. I have a mover for that, Councillor Kelleher, seconder, Councillor Gardner. Debate, Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm still concerned about this conflict of interest issue, and this is, I point out, no criticism of Councillor Byers, but until that is checked out more carefully and legally, I'm unable to support that as it stands. Thank you.
Further debate? We go to the mover for his opportunity to debate.
Yeah, I would just like to say, I think I am disappointed that the conflict detail or the conflict position has been raised. To me, it would be utterly ridiculous to not have Councillor Byers with his position and knowledge on this scheme involved here. It is his responsibility to manage any conflict that solely sits with him. It's not for anybody else, unless there's some wrongdoing happening, but there won't be. These groups are community groups, and he is the logical person to do it. I think it does make sense to have a backup. Yeah, I'm disappointed that that discussion is. Thank you.
We have that recommendation 3. All those in favour? Against?
No.
Do you wish that to be noted?
Thank you.
And noted, Councillor Somerville. Recommendation 4, have a mover for that. That is, thanks those community members who have put themselves forward to be members of the Lower Clutha Liaison Group. Moved Councillor Robertson, seconded Councillor Kelleher. Debate? No debate, we'll go to the mover. Yeah, sorry.
No. I just wanted to say as well, while we're here, a huge thanks to those community members that have put themselves forward. There'll be a lot of work, but we hope that it's really useful for everyone that's involved. We know it's really useful for us, and thanks for getting amongst that. It's the largest river in New Zealand by volume. It's a really significant area for production in Otago and New Zealand, as well as for the communities that live and thrive in this area. Our flood infrastructure and how it's managed is really important. Also a significant cost to people, so it's just really awesome to have their local knowledge and also involvement as we make decisions together. That's what local government's about. So just having your input's really crucial. Want to say that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robertson. Thank you. So we have the motion on. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Just to endorse Councillor Robertson's remarks is absolutely critical for us. We set out at the start of this triennium to be the very best ORC that we could be. We're all working towards that goal, and a critical part of that goal is certainly having our public work with us, working hard, and we need their participation, and we absolutely value it. So just reiterating what Councillor Robertson has said. We have come to the stage in our agenda that we're slightly ahead of time, so we're going to take an early adjournment for lunch, and we will return here at 12:50 to kick off the next recommendation, which will be our integrated catchment management plan review. Thank you, and see you all back here at 12:50. Back. Our first, my first duty in the second session, we made an amendment to our agenda at the start of the meeting to add 2 supplementary papers. And from the chair, I'm now going to move that we bring forward 10.6, which is the Oamaru Community Shuffle Trial, to begin this next session. Seconded for that. Portfolio lead, councillor Somerville seconds that. All those in favour? To the contrary? Carried. And I'll now hand over to councillor Somerville to introduce the paper. And my humble apologies for not advising staff that I was doing that, and they can jump on the next bus and come down to the front. Apologies, Anita, I should have.
Beautiful.
Get me back.
Thank you very much, councillor Malcolm, and good to have this one with us since we have some members from Oamaru in the audience. Thank you for coming down today. So look, this paper 10.6 on the Oamaru Community Shuttle Trial. This trial was agreed by council back in September last year. This paper is about extending that trial for another 6 months when another potential solution becomes possible for continuing Dunedin Oamaru services. And that would come back to council about that. We heard from 2 speakers at the public forum. Thank you very much. And now this is our turn to continue. Anisha, you might have something to add.
Thank you, Councillor Somerville. I don't. I'm happy to take the paper as read and answer any questions. And then I have Robin online for the tricky questions this year. So if anything gets too hard for me, then I'll go to the expert who is not me, who is Robin. But yeah, happy to answer any questions that you've got.
And apologies also to Robin for not advising you that I was starting reshuffling the agenda. I will take that on board and not do it again. But I just thank you both for the work you have been doing with the Waitaki community and getting this this trial to this stage. So we are open to questions. Comfortable? We have 3 recommendations. First is to note the report. I'm going to take these separately. And so have we someone that wishes to move that? Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor Collier. Discussion, debate. All those in favour?
Aye.
Recommendation 2 approves additional funding of up to $25,000 to be paid to the Freemasons Lodge Oamaru Kilwini 82 Trust for the purposes of fuel costs, maintenance costs, insurance costs, and any other ancillary costs approved by the Chief Executive associated with the Oamaru Community Transport Trial for the period 1st of May 2026 to the 30th of September 2026. I have a mover for that.
Could we just alter that slightly, and I'm happy to move with the approves and all of that, and thanks the Oamaru Community Trust for all their work today. I think given the presentation today, I'll do it as a board. Okay, do it as a board.
I prefer that as a separate one to keep this quite separate.
Okay, but I think it would be nice to, in light of their
you're foreshadowed.
Yes,
that will
foreshadowed
be
that.
there. So you'll get a chance to say that again. That's item 4. So have someone to move in that direction. Councillor Somerville, Councillor Collier, so moved. Debate. As the mover, you have that opportunity. I'm just going to go from the chair first because you will have the opportunity to sum that up. Firstly, I will thank the Oamaru and the Waitaki community for bringing this proposition to council, for trying their very best and to establish a link between Oamaru and Dunedin. It's absolutely critical that we have this. we have to recognise those in the community that need this assistance. But I also need to thank our staff that have worked through this process with a great deal of passion and diligence to ensure that we have had this opportunity. We're getting to a very good spot. That's all I wish to say in debate, and I'll hand over to the mover, Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I agree with all those thanks. That's quite right. And just to note also that having this started, I think it really is important that it is continued through until we can come up with a permanent solution. And there will be something coming back to council after this to look at finding a long-term solution to public transport between Dunedin and Oamaru. As we heard from the public forum, both our speakers, how valuable this is for individual community members, and that patronage on this is growing. So I think it is very worthwhile the ORC to support the extension of the trial. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Somerville. All those in favour? To the contrary? Carried. Thank you. Recommendation 3 notes the additional funding is not authorised to be used to contribute towards paying drivers. Someone move in that direction. Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Hollier.
It was actually Robertson who put out the name.
Oh, sorry. You must have just letting it be. Sorry, Councillor Robertson, Councillor Hollier. Apologies. Debate.
I just know background 9. So there's been 179 trips that have transported 298 people. It's an average of 1.6 passengers per trip. The risk of this becoming more of a taxi service.
Your point made in debate. Finished. Councillor Robertson. There's not any further debate. Councillor Robertson is the mover. All those in favour?
Aye.
The contrary? Carried. Councillor Wilson, you foreshadowed your wish to add.
The council wishes to thank the Oamaru Community Shuttle volunteers for enabling this service. I think it's a great trial and it wouldn't be able to be done without them.
We have a seconder for that. Seconded Councillor Kelleher. Debate. Councillor Wilson is the mover of that.
I think the conversation we had at morning at lunchtime was sufficient that they know that they're much appreciated.
Excellent, thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
The contrary? Carried. You may head home now and get your buses ready. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for the work you've done and allowing me the indulgence of thanking you after everyone else has. Thank you. We will go back on our agenda now to integrated to 10.3, which is integrated catchment management plan review. Councillor Noon will introduce that paper and we'll have who is going to be on with it. Or here in person. Excellent.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
It's just there's a bit of shuffling around, then we'll get in place first.
So just for the record, we've got Joe Gilroy, who's the environmental delivery GM. We've got Melanie White, who is the team leader, integrated catchment management. And we've also got Sophie Fern, who's the catchment action planner. Listen, I don't think there's anyone online. Okay, cool. I'll just kick things off. I think like any good project, sometimes you just need to look back before you go forward. So I just want to make a couple of comments about the value of integrated catchment management. And I think we all appreciate that, you know, we're in this space and have been in this space for some time. And this particular journey, developing catchment action plans across the region, we're sort of 3 or 4 years down the track, and with the Catlins and Upper Lakes with their catchment action plans being developed, now in a delivery phase, and we've also got a catchment action plan being developed for the Taieri. They're yet to get obviously completed in terms of action plan, but it's currently being undertaken. Just thinking about a catchment action plan or integrated catchment management. It provides a comprehensive, collaborative and adaptive framework for managing natural resources, and it takes a holistic view, recognises the interconnectedness, so looking at an entire catchment from an environmental management perspective. And I think these activities complement the regulatory function, and we all know we have policies and rules in the regulatory space. We're talking about the non-regulatory space, but these sit alongside one another, and the ICM work, as I say, complements that regulatory space. The paper in front of you is a result of a review undertaken last term by Transcend Consulting, and that report came back to the last council late on in the millennium, September, the second last meeting we had, and council on the day adopted that report, Transcend. What's in front of you is some numerous options, but I'm just going to focus on the recommended option, which is option B. I just want to comment about there's some key recommendations in option B that will significantly enhance the overall effectiveness of the integrated catchment management program. First one is around changing the current working group or governance group, so sort of lifting it from an operational focus to more of a governance, strategic, looking at risks, looking at how we can be more effective. And then the second key recommendation is to reduce the number of remaining catchment action plans from 6 to 4. And we can talk about that in more detail, but I might leave that to the staff to do that. And then the other key thing is that this work can be achieved within existing budgets. And also that the other probably key recommendation we should just note as well is that we endorse that all the catchment action plans with a boundary on the coast in consideration of the coastal marine area as well. And that's something we haven't had included when the Catlins one was developed, for example, because we're talking coastal boundaries here. It doesn't impact Upper Lakes. See, the Taieri has a connection with the coast as well. And just to comment earlier, Councillor Laws raised the issue about mana whenua reps, and in terms of whether they're being reimbursed or paid or whatever, there's no intention in this scenario for that to occur. That's my understanding. Happy to take questions, but maybe I'll just go to staff first because I may want to comment on option B and the map. I can do it because I should do it, I suppose. So option B looks at, as I say, reducing the number of caps to be developed 6 to 4. And if you look at the paper, you go to image 1 and compare it with image 4. Image 1 was the original proposal. Image 4 relates to option B, which I've referred to, and that creates the splitting of Balclutha into two areas to develop their own catchment action plans, and also North Otago would remain as it is, and Dunedin Coast remains with the exclusion of the bottom end, which effectively is the Toko catchment in and around Milton, which becomes part of the lower Clutha. So you have Upper Clutha, lower Clutha, Dunedin Coast and North Otago to be those caps to be developed over the next couple of years or thereabouts, but basically in advance of the original date by I think it was 22 months. So, yeah. Happy to take questions, but I'll just check with Sophie, Mel and Joe, is there anything you want to add?
No, just wanted to acknowledge the work of the ICM team and the wider organisation for their input into putting this recommendation forward, and also the councillors on our existing reference group and the input from Andrew as well to get us to this point where we're presenting option B for acceleration. So yeah, the team's here and ready to take questions.
Councillor Wilson.
2 questions. One, at a lower level, is the consistency of this approach with whatever the government or MFE have planned for farm plans and things. Is it consistent still with anything that you may be gleaning? Is any changes in there?
Yeah, we're expecting more updates on farm plans in a couple of months' time, but it is still that system where there are farm plans to be developed at a farm scale, and the aim of ICM and the catchment action plan is to set that regional context that hopefully you can join
The catchment context.
Yeah, catchment.
Yeah, great. And the only other thing is, again, because of local government reform, just checking how this approach, which I am very, very supportive of, works with, and how we're keeping especially our boundaries with Southland and Canterbury and their systems, and how consistent or inconsistent they are, or applicable.
Yeah, so we will be checking in with ECAN and Southland in terms of the coverage of those, the North Otago plan, and then also those towards the south, to ensure that we have staff or the appropriate people involved, yeah, so that we're working together on these where we need to.
Thank you.
Councillor Hollier in laws.
With your proposal for option B, have you got enough capacity to deliver on that in the timeframe that's set?
Yes, yeah, we do. So we've got a great ICM team. We were conscious in looking at the impacts on the teams that input into this process. So it's not just the ICM team, it's science team, it's engineering, it's all of those. But we've had discussions with the managers around that, and we are able to ensure that we get the inputs in the right way, and we've made some process improvements to help with that as well. So yes, we are confident that we're able to do that, and we will be looking at within the environmental delivery team around how we can prioritise some of our work to help contribute to the timeliness. Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
So I'm looking at images 1 and 4 of what I've been asked to do. And the thing, I just wanted to make sure I've got this right. Essentially, you're just amalgamating Dunstan, Manicure and Roxburgh, aren't you, into one?
Yes.
That's right. Okay, and really most of the others are pretty much being left alone. I just wanted to make query your logic on that. You could well be right. I'm just suggesting it. But the original reason why those 3 were set up is because they had different catchment areas, different communities of interest to an extent too, and different land use aspects. Why does that logic now not apply in the amalgamation of these 3?
I'll get Mel to probably speak to that and Sophie, but in terms of the experience of the team and facilitating the workshops at the scale, it is able to bring people from those different social backgrounds together in how we structure the workshops. So through following the conservation standards approach and that facilitation, we are able to ensure that those voices are heard, and that's a key learning that we've had from the start of the process compared to now. But obviously Mel and Sophie add anything from their experience.
Yeah.
That.
So I think that covers it. The reason that the line is highlighted pink there is to acknowledge that the communities and land use might relate more to the upper than the lower at this line rather than the FMU boundary line. So we are considering that, and from the experience in the Upper Lakes where Wanaka and Queenstown were treated together underneath one cap, there was some real benefits in different communities talking to each other and sharing their interests and their strengths and their challenges. So don't see that as a barrier, but more an opportunity.
Sorry, but I'm looking at this. Wanaka and Queenstown stay together in the Upper Lakes, yeah?
Yes, that cap has already been done.
Yeah, and then you've got the Balclutha River flowing into Clyde. You've got all of the Menehirakia Valley, and you've got, well, all the way down from Alexandra to, it looks like Miller's Flat, does it? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
I can have a crack at it. It's yet to be defined, that boundary.
Oh, okay.
But I would suggest it's, if you said the bottom end of the Teviot Valley, I suppose once you go over the hill, Rays Junction, Beaumont, they probably tend to migrate southeast rather than north. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I can see that. So, and you're also, I guess, arguing, and you're probably right, that there's a community of interest and there's amalgamated groups. Those people have similar, if you like, recreational and social outlooks.
I suppose, Michael, just might add to your question, because you're right. There is an assessment and a trade-off. And the more granular you go, the more resources, the longer, the more expensive, and the more we lift it up and amalgamate some of these catchments into those. There's a tipping point though, and I think that's why the staff have, rather than recommended all of Clutha in one, they have still had it as two, because there was an option to bring the whole thing together. So there is that balance about appropriate representation in communities of interest versus the ability for us to accelerate the program, which is the instruction that council gave us to go away and have a look at. So it's a very relevant question, and one that the staff have given good thought to, and looked at the examples, particularly of Upper Lakes, which brought some quite, and obviously Matt's had some experience there, some quite diverse community interest together on both sides of the hill, and work really well together.
Thank you.
And a question from here is, so in paragraph 26, and again on those boundaries, if those boundaries, I see that we have, we form the Integrated Catchment Management Governance Group, they have the ability to, after consultation with the community, possibly alter boundaries if that is the best result for those communities. So there is a movement from there. Further questions? Gary, Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. So the Transcend report was highlighting quite a few concerns. Do you think by the change that is being suggested that it will address those concerns?
Yeah, so we've looked at that report and coming up with our implementation plan, but also the options for acceleration, and have gone through and tried to specifically address those concerns that have been raised in the report. The team's done a really good job of looking at that report and making sure that what we're presenting today encompasses findings from that.
Thank you. And then I suppose one other would just be, I use my gauge because it's so well represented and received last time. So if you've got that and that there is the program itself, because it's kind of early stages, one underway. So if we said the worst case scenario, these just turn out to be ideological talk fests, meetings that no one wants to go to, versus actual catchment outcomes that are actually well received in the catchment. They are the way forward. They set the direction. Where would the dial be sitting with where we're seeing so far?
My view is in the middle, and we're moving towards these are being those meaningful drivers towards outcomes and where we're wanting to go to. So yeah, we're absolutely moving the dial in the direction it needs to be. And the feedback we're getting from the team is that people are wanting to go to these meetings. We've had good turnouts at the Tidy, and we've still got the Upper Lakes group going, and the Catlins group is going as well, and looking at meaningful actions from those, which will then lead into outcomes in terms of the environment.
Because if the dial was starting to sit kind of that direction, then we would need more of the Transcend and other analysis to actually shunt it the way it should go. It's flexible enough and robust enough to be able to do that.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question? With regards to the Transcend report, my understanding council adopted all the recommendations, adopted the report in its entirety. And since then, staff have actually incorporated a lot of the thinking, I think, in terms of the planning for the CAT development and the other aspects they talked about in terms of creating more efficiencies in the processes going forward.
Yes, and I think it was endorsed, so that gave the option to look at the report as a whole and see what was appropriate to take forward and consider in accelerating the program and making those efficiencies. And yeah, the team has done a really good job in terms of getting internal groups set up and how we then support the existing CAT groups with governance and delivery and those sort of things. So yeah, that has been, all of those updates go through to what is our current reference group, but will be the governance group, so they have oversight over those.
Councillor Hollier.
Just once all the groups are formed, I think there's a really good chance for sort of school of learning and making sure that people are swapping notes. So we're going to have the capacity for, you know, consistency of staff to be involved, you know, say one key person to be involved with all the different groups, or are we going to sort of be faced with, you know, stretching resources too much and needing to split people around? I think the opportunity is greater for sharing the knowledge if it's one person, but I must.
Yeah, there is, and one of the, I think, suggestions that's come from the paper and was suggested by Councillor Wilson was that ability for the chairs of the governance group to meet and share ideas at that level for the individual CAPs, but also in terms of how we support them. The ICM team will support them, and we have our catchment advisors and project delivery specialists. So where we can maintain a consistent person, we will, because we do appreciate the importance of the relationship that is built, but we have also built in that suggestion around the various CAP groups being able to meet and have a learning practice and share ideas.
Councillor Gillespie.
Turns out it's a bit of a follow on to what Councillor Holly just said, because in my view that the Upper Lakes, Meadow, Lower are effectively one catchment. Would it be possible and would it be helpful if those council representatives in those three, to pick up that option, kept across each other's because of the integration between that? Would that be a possibility and be helpful potentially going forward?
Yeah, I think that would be great if councillors could keep the connection between the upper and the lower. It'd be really good.
Because what happens up
Communicating
there
that.
flows down there.
Yes.
No further hands up. Just a question from the chair. So on paragraph 9, where we say council's role in the ICM program is facilitate development of the CAPs. So that's what we're really talking about here. But it goes on with B and C, which is to support the individual government groups with the implementation of the CAPs, and then to monitor the success of the CAPs and support ongoing reviews. So we've clearly got A underway. And if we're about to expedite the process of putting more CAPs in place, and no one's come to us for any more money to support the next two parts, where are we actually at with ensuring that these CAPs are actually being implemented, and where are we getting funding for that, and what is that process?
You start, I'll go. That's a really good question. So that is one of the big questions that come from community, is how are we going to implement these plans? For the Catlins CAP, council gave the governance group $100,000, and that was as a kickstart to get them started on some foundational projects. For example, a Catlins wide mammal control plan, invasive mammal control plan, and a weed control plan. That hasn't come forth for the Upper Lakes CAP. It would be a really great way to kickstart the CAPs and get people underway. What our planners are working with the CAP governance groups on at the moment is what can they do to set up the community to get actions on the ground. But funding is a major. We offer to support the governance groups in funding applications. So we identify like the Eco Fund and the Docs Community Fund and other funds that they can apply to. But in reality, the funding is the next big hurdle.
Thank you. And what are we doing to support them obtaining knowledge from others? And I would think, say predator free and the like. So the Catlins, the headlines is, there was a big article in the paper the other day about their deer problems. So what we're doing is as the ORC and getting that knowledge and support from other groups that have been in that space.
From other groups in the space. So we as ORC, we provide the knowledge support from our biosecurity team, for example, or the science team. In terms of other groups, the governance groups themselves have representatives from other groups in them. And if they identified an area of knowledge that they wanted to gain more information about, the planner that's associated with that governance group would go out and seek that information.
Thank you.
Kevin, can I just make a comment on this?
Certainly, Andrew, yep.
We talked about this yesterday, Robbie, and Joe.
Same.
We currently have a pest hub online, see it. And the idea of having a hub that talks about success, you know, by whether it's through these catchment action plans, whether it's through other groups such as Predator Free Dunedin, Southern Sanctuary, where those successes can be shared, and so individual groups aren't having to repeat, you know, reinventing the wheel. If there's good examples of success, well, let's share those experiences far and wide. It makes a lot of sense. So I think we as councillors can do some thinking in that space to help staff. You know, for example, you know, spread the word of those, particularly those successes.
Thank you. Further questions? If not, we'll move on to the recommendations.
Chair, could kindly put those up on.
Certainly will. There has been on recommendations from where are we going? 6 down. There has been some names populated by the portfolio leads. Take the first part of 1 and 2. I think it's completely separate parts. Just yes, yeah. So we have on your papers you have recommendations. 1. Well, I think we'll just do that and get that out of the way. Could I have a mover for that notes report on integrated catchment management program?
Happy to move.
So move Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Wilson. Debate. All those in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Against, sorry. Actually, no one's shaking, so I just assumed it was it. Thank you. 2 approves option B for 4 further catchment action plans to be delivered by the end of December 2027 to complete the rollout of the ICN program. This includes the rollout order, Dunedin Coast, Upper Clutha, Mata'ao, Lower Clutha, Mata'ao, and North Otago. Happy to move. Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor Hollier.
I'd just say something briefly.
You may, and you'll still give a at the end. Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to say on this one is that stepping into option B, I think in light of where we're currently in a state of flux with central government policy and the land and water space in particular here, you could add coast in there as well. But I think the benefit is huge to be able to bring forward, accelerate this program. The benefits, I think, across the region from an environmental perspective are huge, and I think it's just appropriate that we can save a couple of years here. Whatever happens with our planning documents will be what will be, but certainly gives the opportunity for catchment action plans to be developed and started to be delivered, you know, as I say, a couple of years early. So it's win-win-win.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I'm very happy to support this. I just wonder if we should put the word initial after the words complete that in the first sentence. So 2027 to complete the initial rollout of the ICM program. And the reason I say that is that I think this is something that's constantly reviewed anyway, and it just gives that impression. But otherwise, I'm really, really supportive. I think this is really exciting that we're using.
I'll just hold you there, and I'll just ask the member and seconder to be comfortable to add that word. Sorry. Just waiting on the seconder to. So apologies, Councillor Wilson, carry on.
Yeah, no, and I think that getting these catchment contexts sorted and the real issues and opportunities explored and articulated are brilliant in the non-military space, and works in with what I understand is happening with the Ministry for the Environment and Farm Plans, which is great. it will be interesting and exciting to see them developed, and at a later stage they may decide that they need to break into smaller groups for particular projects. But I think having the initial rollout meets the no regrets investment into us setting this our region up well for good environmental gains.
Councillor Gardner,
No.
good now?
Good.
Good, okay. Councillor Gillespie.
Thank you. I think particularly the logic of the upper lakes, the upper Marae and the lower is really sensible. And having spent a lifetime playing in these catchments and working in these catchments, I know how that should work and can work. So I think it's a really good approach to bring them together, and especially if then the middle works with the top and the bottom, because the relationship between the two is quite important. But I think it's a really smart and going to be a really helpful way to engage with those communities in those areas to work through. So I think it's a good way of taking it forward.
Yep. Councillor Hollier, then Robertson.
Yeah, I'm really confident that this is going in the right direction, and it's I fully accept Gary's point. Made other questions, that this is not a talk fest. I've been part of forming the Upper Lake stuff, and at every meeting we had a really healthy turnout of people, whether volunteers or paid people. And when you see busy people making an effort to turn up to these things, it's because they see value in it themselves. I think there's an opportunity within, because many of these groups are volunteer based, but there's also more and more money coming into the system that's provided funding to a number of groups. And there is a greater degree of sophistication coming on, and they're thirsty for knowledge. So I think the opportunity for sharing knowledge between the different areas would be fantastic through the system. But also, I've been to a couple of meetings along these lines where working in conservation and doing this environmental enhancement stuff, for some people it's quite demoralising and quite tough. And when you come along and people have, and so, I can't remember who it was, but someone had a really good chat to me at a meeting about this stuff. So we're going, hey, look, I've had a really crappy couple of months. We have sort of lost some plants and haven't done as well as you can. But when I come into a session, I sense the positivity and positive and effort that others are coming to. I know that I'm contributing to something that's good, and there's other people doing stuff. So it helps them pick them up and keep them going. So there's sort of a collegiality that comes to it as well. So I think there's some great opportunities with that RC providing the leadership and direction there, because it does provide a reason for people to get together and talk about that stuff, because there's a lot to learn and a lot to get. And from there, I see a heap of efficiencies coming together, because there are other ways to look at it in terms of the number of entities that are actually out there, and the number of groups and the infrastructure that goes behind with committees and all that sort of stuff. I think as people get more trusting and more understanding of each other, that there will become some natural efficiencies that will make it easier to fund groups and to connect them and to keep them going. So I see it being pretty exciting. And so over time, we may find that those that the upper Mata'ao and the lower Mata'ao, they might not, I don't mean this in a negative way, but they might bring me back to what the Manahara Kia and the Cromwell Basin and the Roxby area might find. Actually, we've got enough going here together. We want to do this as a community. And once there's a system of connecting everything, then it will actually could well be a positive. So I think there's great opportunities for the community, but to really feel the sense of support from the RC and to get better at what they do, and makes the impact more powerful. So yeah, it's great to see nothing option B all work.
Councillor Robertson.
I think I was going to say something reasonably similar to Councillor Gillespie and Hollier, but I think, yeah, you could easily feel a little bit worried, I suppose, about the big scale of some of these, but I think there's no intention to take over the catchment groups that are already there, those local scale initiatives that are really important. I think that was part of Councillor Hollier's point as well, so that bringing people together and having some shared knowledge but enthusiasm, and gosh, we're dealing with this in the Manahara Kia, but gee, in the Lindis we dealt with it this way, or good work, guys. It's getting pretty tough at the moment, but we appreciate what you're doing, downstream, or whatever it is. I think there is going to be some real positives to bringing people together, and we saw that very strongly through Wanaka and Queenstown and that wider area. So yeah, I initially did wonder as well about whether the scale was too big. I actually think I reminded myself it's not about recreating the catchment groups and things that are already there at that scale. It's about strengthening those links between people and understanding the bigger picture. So yeah, there's a lot. It's not just about efficiency while we're doing it at that scale. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson, looking around. But so I'd just like to add to that, look, I just think integrated catchment management, since it was instigated and the thought was brought forward, I just think that is the way the community should be looking after their patches, and really it's the communities actually setting their own environmental destiny, which is the way we've got to have it. And it's really interesting, Councillor Hollier saying about the positive attitude that people bring to this. So our task will be to ensure that we grow on that positive attitude and make sure that goes into actions. Because that's my real concern is it's all very well having the paper, but we need to make sure the actions happen. So past the planning, let's get things happening. And for that, we'll need to ensure that we don't make money the barrier. That if funding is required, we can look for funding, but we also need to find ways of doing things that aren't necessarily stopped by not having money. So that's using all the knowledge within those communities to make things happen. So very excited and happy to support. Councillor Noon, you were the mover. Your opportunity to sum up if you wish.
Been well said by others.
Thank you. So we're putting recommendation 2. I won't read that out again because I'll take another few minutes. So we have a mover and a seconder. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. So now we go straight to. We now go straight to 3. The or is gone. We now go straight to 3, which 3 is endorses that all CAPs with a boundary on the coast include consideration of the coastal marine area. Someone moving that to Councillor Noon, second Councillor Wilson.
So a question on, sorry, look, it took me a while to think about what Councillor Noon said when he first talked about these and introduced the paper. And I think it's a great idea. I think there was given some thought at the Catlins, but it's actually getting the expertise into the room to do that job, which is different. And while our staff are there, the expertise is probably maybe different staff, not integrated catchment staff from the council or university or other, that will actually be able to look at those issues. And I'm wondering if the mix of the representatives on those coastal groups actually has the expertise to deal with the coastal marine area issues and actually identify them as well and talk to them. So I think it's a great idea, but it comes with the caveat that we have to be able to ensure that we make sure that there's representation that can do that work.
Can I just ask leave from the chair just to ask Jo whether she wants to respond to that?
So I should have asked that earlier.
Yeah, no problem. I'll allow it. No trouble. And just so just make sure you don't turn away. And I know it's awkward having your back to people you're asking questions to, but as soon as you turn around, it's not going through the microphone. So if you just ensure you keep forward.
So yes, we will make sure that there is appropriate skills and advice available to cover any coastal marine area or coastal related matters. So we've got some really great people in our science team and also the ability to bring others in as needed to help.
I was meaning as representatives on the group as opposed to necessary advisors, and I just to ensure that there's a voice there for that area.
So if I can, so when those groups are formed, it's effectively by invitation, as I understand it, and there's never been a case where we've turned away someone who has registered an interest in being on a group for a catchment action plan. And so the team have the ability to go out and try and source people to be members of the groups and ensure there is good coverage. I mean, ultimately it would still be up to someone who was interested to be part of that group, but certainly we can ensure that we target some of those conversations.
Thank you. Councillor Noon.
All I would add would be that I would expect the governance group that's overseeing this whole thing would be working along with staff to, if it comes down to shoulder tapping somebody in the community that has particular expertise to meet this need, this recommendation. We'll work closely with staff to make sure that those gaps are filled.
Thank you. So you're still happy to move it, happy to
Yep,
speak
yep,
about with that? Thank you. Debate? Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. 4, approves the updated governance structure for the ICM program, including the current ICM working group being renamed the Integrated Catchment Management Governance Board.
Happy to move.
Happy to move. Councillor Noon, seconder.
Can I just take an amendment to that, Cliff?
Yes?
I'll move the
You
move the amendment and see if I can get a second.
Yes, correct. Yes.
So as it's written, I would like to also add the following amendment: that the composition of the ICM governance group be amended to include only elected councillors and the Otago catchment community's representative as voting members. Remove provision for mana whenua as members.
Have you a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Laws. Robbie, did you email that to us?
Yeah, the governance.
Did you?
I'm just going to stop at the moment. I'll just we'll just adjourn for one moment. So I'm moving for that. The chair is seconded. Thank you. Those in favour? Thank you. After that short adjournment, for clarity, that motion is now live. It is moved by councillor Byers, seconded by councillor Laws. Debate.
This amendment goes to a simple question of who should be making decisions in a council governance structure. My view is that decision-making authority should sit with those who are democratically elected and accountable to the public. This proposal creates formal governance roles for unelected representatives. That means people exercising influence over program direction, appointments, and priorities without being accountable to voters. I don't think that that is a sound governance model. Just to be clear, this is not about excluding anyone from engagement. Mana Whenua, like any other group, should be able to contribute, submit, and be involved. There is a difference between participation and decision-making authority. Governance roles should be filled on a consistent basis and ultimately anchored in democratic accountability. That is what this amendment seeks to restore.
Councillor Wilson.
Can I ask a question why the OCC is an exception to that in this instance, when it is just another potentially stakeholder group, albeit set up by us and funded by us in part? Why it is treated differently than Mana Whenua in that respect?
Simon Amira is elected to that position.
As a member of OCC, as Mana
As
Whenua
a member of the South Otago, West Otago. But yeah,
I'm just understanding your thinking. I'm just trying to.
he's elected to that role, but if you're happy to, you can put an amendment and remove him as well if you like. The principle's the same. The board members should be engaging with relevant stakeholders anyway, including catchment groups and Mana Whenua, but ultimately voters need to be able to kick people out, the decision makers.
Further debate. Councillor Somerville, then Noon.
Thank you. Look, I can't agree with the suggestion of excluding Mana Whenua from the governance group. We have a clear partnership statement as part of our strategic directions that includes the statement, this means incorporating more Matauraka Māori and customary knowledge into our decision-making processes, building greater connectivity between policy planning and environmental outcomes, including Mana Whenua representation on the governance group is an important part of that. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think at our first council meeting, we passed a motion that says something along the lines that we would work with Mana Whenua to find a mutually agreed position to continue the relationship going forward during this term based on the fact that they don't have seats on standing committees because we don't have standing committees. This governance group provides that opportunity, which keeps, as members of the governance group, they bring to the table the Mana Whenua perspective, not at a council meeting, but at a governance group that effectively sits under the council. So yes, for sure, in the terms of reference, we have the ability to, based on the proposal, we haven't adopted it yet, but the terms of reference allow members to be appointed, and it also allows, as you alluded to, Mr. Chairman, boundary adjustments, etc., plus along with a whole lot of other responsibilities around overseeing the development of the CAPs, developing a program and delivering those programs. So I don't see it the same as Robbie. I think this is an opportunity to sit alongside Mana Whenua with the community by Simon as the representative of OCC, and to keep keeping a close eye on these CAPs as they're developed and as they're delivered going forward. And I think it speaks to exactly where Mana Whenua made it clear at the last Mana to Mana meeting, which I wasn't there, but what I've been told, that's what they were looking for.
Councillor Moon, further debate. Councillor Wilson.
I have had the pleasure of serving on the working party, and heard the constructive way that that group has worked with mana whenua representation through Okaha and Te O Marama Inc. Representatives. I think this governance group, as being reshaped, can only be doing a better job in this space with that facilitation and that work. I think it's a sweet spot of where exactly where I think we should be working at an even stronger level, because I think the outcomes are much better having them in the room and understanding those issues at a governance structure at that level and knowing exactly who the people are that we should be talking to on the ground. I understand and share some of the frustrations of where that is at a different level with Councillor Byers and how it worked and operated in the past. But I can talk from my own personal experience that that is not an issue at this sort of governance level, and it is where I think that it is exactly where we should have mana whenua here and at the CAPS levels, and I would be not able to support this motion because of that.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, I support this motion for amendment. I think what this is just acknowledging is that across our region and certainly across our communities too, that there is real concern about unelected representatives being appointed and then having a vote in these processes. And my understanding of the change for how this council was structured as and how it was previously structured in committees was that mana whenua wanted to be at a very high level, and down in these types of activities, then to me it's almost becoming crazy that we are just continually making places available. The Transcend report has indicated that they are a challenge is finding representation. I think this makes perfect sense, so I'll support it.
Councillor Byers. Do you wish to speak?
Yes,
Councillor Laws.
if I might. I've always, as you know, been around this council table supporting the concept that everybody who sits around this table and makes decisions and spend ratepayers' money or has an influence in the decision making needs to be accountable to the community as a whole, not to just parts of it. And obviously the mana whenua membership is ultimately a relationship that exists between that particular iwi group and that particular iwi. It doesn't even relate to Maori in the Otago region, which I've always found to be anathematic if you really do want to include the Indigenous folk in decision-making processes by excluding representatives of 84 other iwi that just happen to be resident in Otago. It's just one group, mana whenua, who get that particular privilege. But the other thing is that I don't see any value in having mana whenua around the table, or one particular representative in this particular case, given that there is another bullet point here that suggests that the task of the governance board is to support engagement with mana whenua communities and stakeholders. So mana whenua clearly are going to be favoured, along with community groups and stakeholders, a prominent role in liaising with this particular governance board and having an input into decisions. The difference between non-elected and elected is clearly obvious. It's called democracy. We have got no say over how mana whenua select their representative. It's unlikely to be democratic. It hasn't been in the past. Whereas every other representative on this particular governance board has been elected either by their community or, in our case, by the electors of Otago, who include everyone who lives here, irrespective of their ethnicity or of their culture or of their background. We'll be supporting this motion.
Councillor Byers, your opportunity to summarise, close the debate.
Yeah, it's not about trying to diminish or exclude voices, it's just about democracy and being accountable to ratepayers and voters. Hopefully, yeah, as I said, every group shall contribute, submit and be involved.
Thank you. We have an amendment that moves to recommendation 4. Is that up on the board? We will take a division. You have the motion. Please, can you do that? Thank you.
Councillor Byers,
Yes.
Councillor Gillespie,
No.
Councillor Hollier,
No.
Councillor Kelleher,
Yes.
Councillor Laws,
Yes.
Councillor Gardner,
No.
Councillor Malcolm,
No.
Councillor Noon,
No.
Councillor Robertson,
No.
Councillor Somerville,
No.
Councillor Wilson.
No.
Motion has failed.
We go back to the original motion, which reads approves the updated governance structure of the ICM program, including the current ICM working group being renamed the Integrated Catchment Management Governance Board. I have a mover for that. We had a mover that was Councillor Noon and seconded by Councillor Wilson.
Can I just ask a question before we proceed? It's just a procedural question. And that is, the terms of reference seem to have, it's not a criticism, but a deficiency in the sense of reporting of their meetings and the decisions that they make. So I was just wondering how, when this group comes together, makes decisions, how the report back, Richard, occurs. Because I've been looking through these terms of reference and I can't see that included.
Yeah, so, and look, Andrew and Joe may speak, there's the integrated catchment management program will continue to be reported now through council because there's no committee, and that could include a summary of any meeting, or the minutes from any of these meetings can be circulated to all councillors anyway as they occur, but then there can also be a formal report on the ICM program. It is part of your priority actions that you discussed the other day that are due to be reported at the end of April. Integrated catchment management delivery within 2 years is in there, so it will be reported regularly by me anyway, and we can ensure any minutes or decisions from this group are incorporated in that regular report. The other option available is to make a minor amendment to the terms of reference now.
That's what I was suggesting.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at 7.4 and thinking it needs another bullet point.
Yeah. So we can just amend that now and include.
And then the members of that group are aware of the requirement for reporting as well, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
It's
So
just
we-
sort of,
So we could just for 5, approves with amendments regarding reporting terms of reference, and then we can just drop
work that out later on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Comfortable?
That's cool. You're up for it?
Absolutely.
Cool.
But we're going back to 4. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, very good point, because you're going to make a decision that was affected by the next motion,
Yeah,
so
that's right.
very well picked up. Thank you for your assistance on that matter, Councillor Lord. We'll go back to 4.
Constructive contributions.
Any debate on 4? Not, we'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. 5 is approved with or without amendments. What do we add in there?
Well, I just add with reporting amendments.
with amendments regarding
Sort of the same thing, Richard.
It's nice to have a win down again, though.
Just use more words than you need.
Yeah, that's right.
Order, please. On seeking the CEO's advice. And accepting it, the motion now reads, the motion approves with amendments regarding reporting the terms of reference for the new integrated catchment management governance board. Have a mover for that. Thank you, councillor Laws. Seconded, councillor Hollier. All that debate? All those in favour? Carried. Oh, sorry, against? Carried. Thank you. 6. Nominates councillors Noon as chair, councillor Malcolm, councillor Gillespie and councillor Byers to the council as to be the councillor representatives on the integrated catchment management governance board. Have we a mover for that?
So moved.
So moved, councillor Laws, seconded councillor Wilson. Debate. We'll put that motion. Those in favour? Against? Carried. 7 nominates councillor Gardner as the representative on the Dunedin and Coast Governance and Delivery Group. A mover for that, councillor Noon, seconded Wilson.
Sorry, can we just?
Sorry.
I'm just going to suggest that we have an alternate for these because seriously, I've got a situation. Or we either have a named alternative or we say any other councillor where there'll otherwise be a vacancy could be nominated. I think it really empowers those groups to have a councillor on the thing. I know I'm looking for volunteers for the 9th of April, the Tyree run, because I've gone to 2 other councillors and can't get one. So I just think it's helpful to have something in there, and I don't know where to put it on. I would put it on at the end, doing an overall. Yeah, thank you. Otherwise, I'm very happy to support.
That's an overall one.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Understood.
And looking for volunteers.
So we'll nominate and tell 7. Debate. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. 8 nominates councillor Malcolm and Noon as alternative as the representative on the North Otago Governance and Delivery Group. Have a mover, councillor Kelleher, seconded councillor Wilson. Debate. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. And you're going to be a noise stays the same, doesn't it? Yep.
Slightly out.
Yeah, you're fixing it up.
Yep.
9 nominates councillor Gillespie as a representative on the Balclutha Mata'ao Governance and Delivery Group. We have a mover for that, councillor Wilson, seconded councillor Gardner. Debate. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Oh, Ian nominates councillor Noon and councillor Wilson as alternative as a representative on the Lower Balclutha Mata'ao Governance and Delivery Group. Moved councillor Noon, seconded councillor Kelleher.
No.
You never been at one of my auctions? You
Just a
breathe.
slight conflict, Mr. Chair.
Oh, no, you can't do that. I was looking at councillor Somerville and I said your name in error, actually. We'll have to get that table slightly changed, see that name goes straight in line with Somerville and Noon. Should have recognised them. Apologies, moved councillor Somerville, seconded councillor Kelleher. Debate. All those in favour? You said aye though. Against?
Not so bad saying aye.
Against, carried. So now.
You said no.
Still get we now don't need 11. So we go to 12. We go to 12, which notes the existing roles of councillor Wilson, councillor Byers and councillor Hollier on the respective governance and delivery groups. I have a mover for that. Councillor Noon, seconded. Councillor Kelleher. Debate. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? 13, endorses the implementation plan included as attachment 2. A mover, and Councillor Noon seconded Councillor Hollier. Debate. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. And we have a supplementary motion.
Okay.
From you.
So, agrees that any alternate councillor may attend a governance and delivery group meeting where the nominated councillor is unable to attend. Very good.
It's catch-all.
I'll hand over to you, Colin.
Thank you.
Comfortable?
I'll move.
Move Councillor Wilson, seconded. That's Councillor Noon, not Summerall. That's correct.
And I'm happy to say that I've had to volunteer for the 9th of April.
Hold on.
Debate.
Thank you.
Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to public transport performance report, and that will be introduced by portfolio co-lead Councillor Hollier. And if we might wait for the staff to come up, because they now are back in order.
Julian will join us too.
And Julian as well. Thank you.
So this paper summarises the what's it called, public transport network through the 6 months ending December. Whilst Anita doesn't know everything off the top of her head necessarily from 4 or 5 months ago, she's available for any additional questions or further detail to add to this. But essentially, there's a lot of good news in the detail provided here, and I can open the questions. One thing I'd also like to know before this session finishes is, in terms of the next lot of reporting, what else might be sought at the next reporting period. Take that to you to think about as we go through this. But yeah, over to you, Anita.
Yeah, so
in particular.
I won't say much. I will just introduce Julian and Christine. So Christine is overseeing our Mosgiel On Demand. So if you have any questions about that, she's available. She's also leading our NTS transition. So if you have questions about that, she's in the room, and we've got Robin as well. This report is broadly what you used to see as part of the Public and Active Transport Committee that usually came quarterly, just with the timing of elections and things like that. This one is 6 monthly, but happy to take feedback on cadence of that report as well, and I'm happy to answer any questions on the report. As for the last report, if I don't know the answers, we've got the experts online available to answer them, and for us.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
One of the big concerns with us changing our fares, especially the children's concession, was attendance at school. And I'm just wondering, and I appreciate it's not really part of this report, but we have got fewer patronage numbers in Dunedin. Do we know if that is tied to, and I think there's somewhere that I read in here about where those figures come from. Do we have any idea if it has affected school attendance?
No, we don't.
We won't have asked the questions, nor will we have any means of knowing that.
No, it's about.
Just listen, you won't have it here because it's been so current, but have there been any discernible uptake in public transport in Dunedin's and Queenstown since the troubles began?
Yeah, so very timely question, Councillor Laws. We answered that question for both Radio New Zealand and TVNZ this week. So we've seen a 4% increase in Dunedin. We don't quite have the data for Queenstown, but we're continuing to see increases in Queenstown. That's certainly a small spike in Dunedin.
Well, and leads to the next question, which is that's what you would expect, and you might find that now going to be emphasised because we now know that price rises are going to stay and possibly get worse. Do we have sufficient capacity on our buses, public transport in Queenstown and Dunedin to cope?
We've got our services that run during and to schools are at capacity. We do have capacity across the network, but there will be some pressure on with additional PT users.
And are you planning for the rationing or potential shortage of supply of diesel in particular across the PT fleet?
So at this stage, we're in frequent contact with both our operators. They're both reasonably comfortable with where they're at the moment. In Dunedin, we've got a 30% EV fleet, so that enables us to have a little bit of flexibility. Queenstown, we have a purely diesel fleet. That is a different situation. We are just working on the plans of what it might look like if we do have issues with diesel, but at the moment they're comfortable with where they're at.
Yeah, and I think, Michael, too, the other thing that we're waiting on is the guidance from the government, which we understand will be led by MB, around if we are to see measures taken to ration or prioritise fuel, the indications are public transport would be seen as a critical service. And so the comment that Anita made around staying in regular contact with our operators is understanding their needs, so we can communicate that to whichever party is overseeing that process if that rationing comes in. But we have been given a strong indication that public transport will be considered critical and will receive access through those rationing measures if they're brought in.
Okay, I guess the initial one is will you get swamped in terms of your capacity services at peak time?
Which is a risk, is a very risk. And one of the questions we've got of government is there any funding available if we were to increase services and therefore provide more room at those critical times?
Yeah.
It's not just as easy as that. You have to find the buses and the drivers to go with them. But one of the first questions is there any co-funding available or any support account for public transport operators in that space?
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Wilson, then Noon.
I've got a couple of questions, or maybe three, but one is, what is the what could our response be, or have we got capacity in some routes that we can promote as better routes for people to expect to get on? So, or there's two ways. We've got huge at the 8:30 time, there will be limited capacity. Should we be proactively advertising that if you're expecting to convert to, and we welcome you converting to public transport, be wary that there isn't these hours of better capacity? I'm just wondering if there's room to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair, we have that data, we have that information available, so we can work with the comms team to identify particular times and routes that have more capacity, and if people have flexibility in when they travel, then we can do that.
And the next question is, I think, for the Deputy Chair of the Council, is what are we as the Regional Council doing to work with the ministries to look at what the solutions can be with PT? Now, we often talk about just capacity for the existing routes, whereas I would see this as an absolute opportunity to be testing some routes that just we've all known it probably makes sense, and I'm going to give my example of Outram to Osgill, and further into Dunedin, or the Balcluthas, or some of the other routes that Cromwell, and Queenstown, that may give a opportunity to trial things and alleviate some of the use of petrol or diesel in the meantime. And I'm wondering if there have been any conversations. I know you've had regional meetings, but I'm not sure if you've been talking at that level of those issues.
We have specifically a meeting with Minister Bishop in the second week in May around, I know that's all the way down the track, but and that is specifically to talk to transport options and RMA and local government. There is also a meeting of chairs next, I'm not going to next Thursday, and they will be talking specifically about those options.
Kate, if I can add, ministers
don't want to give the level.
No, they did seek some advice from Ministry of Transport officials and also some public transport operators in terms of informing their early thinking. That we understand it was to inform the early cabinet discussions on what steps they could take if they need to as this issue progresses. So really, we need to wait for some signals from, there is an opportunity for that, but I think with everything that is going on at the budgetary pressures that will be on, there is some early thinking we are doing, and we're expecting some signals back through Ministry of Transport and NZTA around what, if anything, might be available for public transport operators to support their broader objectives around less fuel use.
I have another question on demand and Moscow, but that may be better to come at the end.
Councillor Noon.
I have a question on the
Oh, go.
skill here. So maybe for the team.
We'll get into that now, no trouble.
Team online, paragraph 31 just refers to some measures have already been implemented. Have we got any feedback on whether those measures have helped to alleviate the problem?
That's going to answer this.
So, not significant in terms of large patronage upgrades. Large patronage changes, but the sort of customer service type feedback on stops and infrastructure we've put in near. There's a hospital medical centre in Mosgiel and all that sort of thing. Has been sort of widely praised, not least by the medical centre itself. So we'd hope to see some uplift in terms of patronage.
So it's like, can I just follow that up? So it's likely to be an ongoing sort of review of the situation because it may take quite a bit of time to settle down to really eliminate, the teething problems. Because you might as well say it's early days, but it's likely that in its current form, it may well need some more changes to try and get it to be running better to meet the community's, the existing community's needs.
Yeah, I might jump in. Yes is the short answer. And look, can I say, Christine in particular is very active. She had a phone call from a lady who offered a bus stop outside of her house, and we look to make sure that we could use it. That's now being added to the route. So we are constantly working, but the nature of this on demand is we do want to make sure that we can flex and adapt and add stops. So we are always looking for feedback, and if we can add stops safely, then we'll do that. So, but it is still
Work in progress.
Yep, work in progress.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson. Yep.
Thank you. Look, when you do change, you always get the highs and the lows, and I've heard some really good stuff about it, but I've also had some concerns, and I'm just wondering with the Super Gold, which is the area that we've lost patronage, and I think I'm correct in reading that way, and yet every other bit of patronage has gone up, is understanding if it's a technology or what the process is that they book. And I'll give an example of one person who I knew who booked, who I think they did it, I'm quite sure did it over the phone, but because I don't think they get a text back or anything confirming anything, there was nothing in writing about where they'd drop off, and there'd been misunderstanding. And I'm just wondering if there's a mechanism, because things don't come at that standardised time, there is nothing in writing to refer back to where and whether there's an opportunity, rather than just leaving it as a phone call, whether adding a text or a response or something like that is too much to ensure that there's something in writing or an email, or would that just add too much to the layers, because it is a different system. But if they miss the bus, it is quite intrusive.
Just going to ask Christine if you.
I mean, I think the question is really what are the steps that happen, because I'm just making this up as I go, because on supposition that I've understood.
Yes, so it is handled through CX, but I'm wondering if Christine has some visibility over that process. She perhaps doesn't.
Yeah. So with Super Gold, it's a little bit trickier with the technology side of things. So if you book over the phone, so you phone our customer service team and do a booking there, and you have a cell phone, they are able to still add your cell phone number to your booking and enable you to get text message notifications. Whereas if you book through the app, you basically select whether you would like to get notifications through the app or via a text. For Super Gold in particular, we did talk to Timaru because their bus service is entirely operating as an on-demand service. And we wanted to understand whether they had encountered a similar thing to us with a decrease in the Super Gold patronage. And they in fact have and are still working to recover that to the levels that it was on timed services. So I think it's a known issue with on demand, and it's a tricky one to work through. We need to find some ways to get out to that particular group of users in the community in a way that works for them. We did try to run some sessions through Mosgiel Library, but they weren't very successful. And so we just need to find some new ways to engage with the Super Gold community in Mosgiel that work and can enable them to use the service.
So what the subsequent question then is, what are those, or are you seeking some assistance from the community as to where there may be a good, what that good way may be?
Thinking about whether we can connect up with community groups or go along to meetings. So I need to talk to our engagement team here. And then once we have a chat with our engagement team here, we'll start making contact with community organisations and see what we can do through those to reach out to the Super Gold community out there.
It's probably worth mentioning that the stuff we've trialled, we even at one point for about 2 months, I think, we were running on-demand buses directly through, with their permission, at their request, directly through the retirement villages. So a bus coming off route and then going through the sort of private road and popping out again. And we're actually moving some bus infrastructure onto Alexander Haggart Road, just outside the Chatsfield, I think it is, by the entrance there. So there's stuff ongoing, but there's further engagement to go to try and understand why that sector, and we don't really, I was at an accessibility forum on Monday last week, and there was actually a lot of surprise around the table because you had some blind, low vision, some people with physical disabilities of a different type who used the service, found it fantastic, and were quite surprised that that demographic wasn't using the service. So at this stage, we're trying to understand why. It could be technology, it could be just it could be something else.
Further questions?
I had one other was about the app that so the in-house work that we're developing, just checking it's on this report, not the next one. That isn't instead of transit app, is it? There's an app with some data.
This is the software changes,
yes,
Julian, that we're rolling out.
Yep.
Do you want to speak to those?
Could you just embellish that? Yes, that's not instead of transit app, is it?
No, this is sort of internal tools. So we have we had, as we terminated the contract a couple of months ago, a tool that helps us plan via sort of GIS type geographic information on maps and things, helps us plan and routes and things, and do produce stuff for consultation or public notices and things like that, diversions and what have you. And our internal GIS team worked quite closely with a couple of my team, Christine being one of them, and created our own version, which works perfectly. It's working very well. It's in use now, and that allowed us to stop using that piece of software. There was another bit of software that's a reporting suite on sort of patronage and revenue, and we've developed our own tools that have stopped us needing to rely on that. So it's more just these things take time, but trying to use the technology or the resources we have internally to create our own tools without having to rely on commercial products where we can solve it eventually ourselves.
Further questions? Neil?
Mine's about the Oamaru one, and just because the numbers sort of stuck out to me, 13 weeks, 136 trips. Does that mean the shuttle goes Oamaru, Palmerston, then back to pick them up?
Yes.
So doing 4 trips a day.
That's correct. So some of the trips are what we call dead running. So we travel back empty and then travel back empty to pick people up. So it does influence the numbers.
to make sure that it was.
Yeah,
legible.
that's great.
Thanks.
If I could go to paragraph 9, where it says 85% of trips departed their start terminus on time, a decrease in 1% of the previous period, and 72% of trips arrived on time, an increase of 35%. And expecting my bus to get to me on time and get me to where I'm going on time, what is the general cause of that issue, and what are we doing? Have we got the times right for departures and returns, and what can we do to make that a better option to improve the client experience?
Yeah, so through the chair, so we are always looking to optimise the network. We're just looking at making some small changes next month. So we do look at, we time the runs, we do test runs to see how long they take. We make sure the timing's right. We've got to factor in the mandated driver break, rest breaks and things like that, moving them between routes. So we look at all of the information. We've got a couple of people in the team that are doing that. I wouldn't say that there is a main cause for them delay, but roadworks is obviously a significant issue. This morning there was a serious accident on the motorway that would have impacted all of our BTT services that go through there, and there was a significant flow-on effect. So there can be variable reasons in terms of why. Yeah, so we do look at it, we monitor it, and we tweak routes as we need to. We don't make wholesale changes regularly because they're expensive to make. We have to update all of our timetables, all of our feeds. So we tend to do those on a 6-monthly cycle. And otherwise we're just looking always to refine things. So timings, lengths, breaks, all of those sorts of things.
Right, so I suppose subsequent, so our timetable is not too ambitious. There's just simply things that get in the way of on time.
Yeah, and so that was a question I specifically asked because we've seen a small increase in complaints about drivers going through red lights or orange lights. And so we've asked that question, is the timetable too tight that we're putting pressure on?
Yep.
We've checked it again. We don't think it is a timetabling issue, but they do lose time throughout the route. And what the team reminds me regularly is there is virtually no public transport service in the world that runs on time. But when you have buses or trains that come every few minutes, you don't notice that they're late because there's always one coming. So you're never late.
Thank you very much. We have any more questions? We have a recommendation which is notes the summary of public transport activity in Otago for Q1, Q2, 2025-26. I'll move it in that direction. Councillor Hollier, seconder, Councillor Noon. Debate. All those.
Can I just make a comment?
You absolutely can, but I'll go to Councillor Wilson first.
Well, if you're
He's going to sum up, you see, because he's moved it. Oh no, sorry, Holly moved it. Sorry, apologies. You go first, Councillor Noon.
Kate mentioned it before about the agonising process we went through to tweak the bus fares and introduced trial fares as well, which occurred August of last year, and they were implemented at the end of September, roughly. And that was pretty much based on NZTA's requirement to increase the private share. They were pretty clear about what they wanted through the RPTP process when they submitted. All I'm trying to say is that the results are not as bad as probably we anticipated in terms of patronage. I mean, Queenstown is unique in its own right. It just seems to continue to grow, but Dunedin, obviously, patronage-wise, there was a slight drop-off, but 1% is margin of error, nearly. But seriously, it's a really good result. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Look, I'm going to talk and support this. And it's really good to get the great detail. I think I am concerned about the on-demand service in Mosgiel. I think it's working. I think the heat map is really, really interesting. The research is great. But I think and it's a criticism of myself as a councillor who supported this, is that we didn't really know what we were trying to achieve. And so, I mean, I had hoped that we doubled the area that's getting served and therefore you may double the numbers, and we haven't got to that point, which is, we're certainly serving more people with this route, but we're not serving some people as well. And I think it concerns me, the lag in time, because once people have dropped off a service, then it's really hard to get them back. I'm not being critical of the staff. I think we just need to be possibly more flexible or quicker in responding to opportunities. Having said that, I got called in to meet up with someone who used to reside in East Tari and had supported this and challenged us to roll this service out. Unfortunately, he now lives in a rest home in Dunedin and can't use it, but he wanted to ensure that it was happening and was delighted to hear that it was. So, and he knows that if he does manage to get home, he will be able to use it, which is great. I think, but it happened some time ago and we still haven't got those people back, and I do think that it concerns me, but I'm not quite sure what the answer is, except for encouraging our staff and ourselves to get out there and promote it.
Thank you, Councillor Hollier.
I think that does point to one of the opportunities I think that I see is just that general understanding of your customer base and the data that's collected and the availability of it. We've had some questions in Queensland with, I know Mike was raised in terms of tourists versus locals and, the nature of the people worth using it and that sort of stuff. And I know there's generally available data, but how granular you get and what detail is, you need to look into it for a particular reason. But I think that there's some opportunities there with the new, hopefully with the new ticketing system that will provide some of that sort of demographic understanding, because I think then you could tailor your services as best possible. I'm looking at a couple of emails enough about the changes that are happening to the school bus program in Balclutha, and just being able to understand exactly what's going on where and where it's going to be very interesting.
Thank you, Councillor Hollier. So we have that recommendation notes summary, public transport activity. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Anita and team. And then we move over to item 10.5 under the portfolio leads of Hollier and Somerville, and Councillor Somerville will introduce this paper on community transport.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, well, community transport's an important component of a region's transport services, and councillors around this table, I think, are fairly well informed. We had a workshop about community transport in February and 2 speakers at public forum today. Community transport is supported in our regional public transport plan, and as this paper notes, once the regional public transport plan is adopted, it's the council's role to implement that plan. So the proposals here are steps in this process and preparing us for the next long-term plan. I will signal that after our questioning section, I may propose a couple of amendments to leave out references to a contestable fund, just in order to leave our options open when developing further plans. Happy to hand over to Anita and team and back to questioning.
Can I just clarify that with Councillor Somerville? You're foreshadowing that you'll end recommendation 3 after the word enables that community.
That's right.
You're just simply putting a full stop there.
Yep, and recommendation 5 would need to be amended as well.
Thank you.
Sorry. Chair, no further comments. Robin is the expert in this, so she will answer probably all of the questions on this one.
Question from the table.
I'll start us off, and probably an easy one, but it's what I've missed. When we had the workshop on this, and I appreciate you had already undertaken some of the planning work, I think, or planned to undertake some of the planning work. We talked about going to some of the communities that don't actually have a service at the moment, being the gap in there. what work has happened in that space? I mean, you've done a lot of work with the existing communities that have groups sort of working in the space, but it's a hard one to go to communities which haven't got that space at the moment. I just understand that.
Yeah, sure, thank you. We haven't done any further work going out to communities that don't currently have community transport or community transport operations. I guess the purpose of this is to establish what our framework might likely be. That's outside the Regional Public Transport Plan consultation, of course, where we went out to all of our community. But yeah, I think the purpose of this is to understand where we're heading, and so therefore what work needs to be done. I also think just having something tangible to go to them with is also really important.
Further questions? Councillor Somerville.
I do have a question. Just going back to this issue of contestable funding. I note that in the report that ECAN and Waikato Regional Council have particularly well-developed community transport networks. What funding mechanisms do they use, just so we can see perhaps a range of options?
You can better answer that, Robin.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So our Waikato Regional Council have a contestable fund. They started it several years ago at a total grant value of 200,000. It then got increased to 300,000, and the current grant fund is 500,000. There is a maximum of $20,000 per application. Canterbury, on the other hand, works slightly differently. They provide annual grants to their existing community vehicle trusts. There's not a specific policy around that, but roughly each trust gets $10,000.
Thank you. Thanks.
Subsequent question to that, Robert. How, at your best guess, or you may know this exactly, how many trusts are present in both the Waikato and ECAN? Sorry to throw that at you.
Canterbury have 17 community vehicle trusts. Waikato, I don't know off the top of my head, but it is significant. I would say, just off the top of my head as a guess, it's beyond 30. I'm aware of that, and that's all operators. So that would include the likes of St John's and some of the other health shuttles as well. So we're not talking just specifically. Well, they're all community trusts, but not specifically run by the community as volunteers. Well, actually, that's not true. They are volunteers, but I guess they're established, is what I'm saying, with other organisations. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much. Kate?
If the fund were not contestable, when we took the word contestable out of the motions, albeit it relates to a significant part of your report, what would the limitations be on your recommendation?
So through the chair. So I think we could still develop the framework, and then we'd have a conversation as part of the LTP on how you might want to structure a fund.
A fund rather than being contestable.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just noting there doesn't need to be a fund. You have the ability to fund things outside of establishing a formal fund. So there's mechanisms you can use, and that could be decided at a future point in the process.
As long as it's not in arrears, though. Yeah. We've got to be in order before.
Further questions? Have we a mover?
Well, can I move those with those two amendments I have foreshadowed?
So on recommendation 3, we will stop at empowers and enables the community. Full stop.
Yes, that empowers and enables the community, and I've just emailed a suggestion through to governance and recommendation.
So can I just make a wee suggestion first? We would simply need, so under developing that policy, funding would be worked through, but number 5 would simply delete number 5.
Just from a process point of view, 5 was only there to make it clear that there were no decisions being made today about the fund per se. So if you're removing reference to that in 3, in terms of underpinned by a fund, you don't actually need 5. It will happen in the future when any funding decision is discussed. That would be my advice.
That sounds fine by me.
Comfortable. Question here. Okay.
I'm happy to second, but on the basis, and not in every word community, but I actually think we're dealing with a whole lot of communities here. And I know that sounds pedantic, but it is consistent with our approach around other things around the region, because I would hate them to think it was just one community that we're trying to serve. And so the views of communities, but not when it comes to community transport fund program, if that makes sense. Community transport program makes sense to be one community, but communities for the other ones.
Community, is there?
Well,
Singular or plural?
So we not, can I just have
Agreed.
clarity what you're asking here, Councillor Wilson?
The views of, sorry, in number 2, it'd be the views of communities already compiled. It's not just one community. There's a whole lot of communities that have been, the word that has to, and then third one, it enables communities. I actually think 3 needs to be. Yeah.
That matters, I think. Got rid of T-E-H-E, yes.
Yeah.
I do, but I think it recognises that there are a whole lot of communities here, and I don't want to.
That's now up on the board.
And then the 4th.
Alan, can I just clarify something? So essentially, we're going to approve the development of a policy framework, and if that framework comes back with a recommendation where a contestable fund is one way to do it, then that still is a scenario.
Keeps our options
Rather
open.
than, what you're essentially saying is set up this policy framework, don't predetermine that it would be a contestable fund. Yep. That's all you're trying to achieve there. And if it does come back that that's the best way to do it, then that's fine consideration.
I'll allow that question, Councillor Hoddy, very well put. So with those changes in mind,
half of the communities.
Have I now you happy to move those motions?
Yes.
Recommendations. Yeah. You seconded by?
Yeah, more than happy to add second. Can I ask a question?
Seconded by. Yeah, for clarification, you can.
Look, when we're talking about where we are now with fuel crisis or fuel costs or whatever you want to call it, in our discussions, is there any value for us adding a 5th part of this or somewhere that we actually look at or advocate for government assisting with funding for community and PT growth in order to meet increased demand for those services?
So my advice is that would be outside the scope of this paper, but there is nothing preventing you as a group through your chair and deputy chair, and I think it's in the terms of reference for the strategy and customer portfolio, so Michael and Hillary, around advocacy to central government on issues of importance.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be one that through a discussion you as a collective want to encourage some sort of lobbying of central government in that space.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just want to.
Yes.
I should have perhaps done it under the last one. There's not an easy place to do this.
No.
And other councils I've been involved in, council papers have anything to note at the end of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Understand. Yeah. But that is noted what you were trying to do, and let's talk after the meeting to find the best place to push that forward.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Debate. Councillor Noon.
I'm supportive of these questions, but I just want to make a comment on what Kate has just said. When we had the NZTA presentation the other day, it's likely, well, I think at every election, the GPS government policy statement, transport is reviewed, public transport across the board. So that's probably an opportune time, maybe, to lobby the government.
And I think I remember James saying the new GPS maybe the new draft is due out in May of this year.
Leading into the election.
And we will get a chance to comment on it. And then it also gets refreshed post the election.
Which was your timing.
Further debate? back to the mover.
Yeah, thank you. That's good to have this coming through. We'll look forward to this vote in a moment. I mean, I think community transport, as I said earlier, can be a very valuable part of transport services in a region. It's really good that the Otago Regional Council is able to support this because, as we've heard and as we know, it makes real difference to many people's lives. Different types of shared transport we know have so many co-benefits. If they take private vehicles off the roads, they reduce carbon emissions. They make it safer for pedestrians and cyclists and make those road driving experience better for those who do need to continue using their cars. So I look very much forward to this being supported. Thanks.
I will move, we have recommendations 1, 2, 3 and 4 that have been amended. You've read the amendments. I'm going to take those in bulk. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We will now take a small break before we get on to the community survey paper and the subsequent papers. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, stretch your legs, whatever you need to do, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. we'll turn things back on and let's get back underway. So thank you for your attention and activity so far, and we will head into our community survey results, and that will be our portfolio lead, Chair Calvert, and Council Laws, and we'll get Council Laws to introduce the paper. Very good. Council Laws, the table's yours.
They've had this thrown on me at the last moment. Actually, I'll just give it to our Versus people to introduce this paper and the results, please, and then we'll have some discussion upon it. So, with us now on the line, yes? And I'm sorry, but I've got no idea which of you is going to be presenting, so you have to introduce yourself to the rest of us.
So we'll head to our.
I've got to you're going to do this.
Abel first.
So I'd like to introduce Vicky Roach, our team leader, brand and marketing, and we've also got Natalie here from Versus Research. So Vicky is going to introduce the paper and provide some staff comment, and then Natalie is going to do a brief presentation to overview the high level results. And I think probably we'll answer some of your questions as she goes through that presentation, and then we'll go to questions. So Vicky, over to you.
Kia ora, everyone. So the 2026 community survey is our 4th survey that we've done since 2021, and the objectives have been the same every year, to understand the community's activity awareness and perceptions of the council's delivery of these, the service use and satisfaction, brand perceptions and overall satisfaction with the council, and to understand the community's environmental priorities. The 2026 survey has changed. These changes were presented in the council workshop in August and then adopted in the September council meeting last year. And the biggest change was the method, and this was to try to be as cost effective as we could be. So the method changed to post to online, and this proved to be a very good method where we got a representative across demographics and also across the region. So that was very good for us to be able to look at results at those sort of levels. I would like to thank everyone that took part in the community survey. The information that they've provided will provide valuable insights for ORC's future planning, and it was a very long survey, so it was really appreciated. Some key highlights that are really good for us is that the awareness of the council's activities have remained high. Perceptions of the council's delivery of its activities were generally positive, though there are areas that we can continue to focus on and get learnings from. Measures of council's communications have improved this year, particularly around accessibility and trust in the information. Natalie from Versus is going to provide a high-level overview. At the end, we are looking at seeking councillors' guidance on the next steps for considering the feedback and developing an action plan. And then we would finalise the report and put the report on the ORC website. Natalie, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I'll just share the screen. Yes. Is that can you guys see that? That's working?
Yep. Very good.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Vicky. I know that you've received the report, so really I'll just touch on probably some of the main findings that we have here. As Vicky said, the survey purpose hasn't really changed, and this work builds on previous monitoring which was undertaken. The most recent one was in 2023. This did change, the approach did change this year though, and I'll just talk you through this little table here. So we used sort of 3 different methods and we got a really good response. I thought it would be about 7% and it ended up being 11% of the responses in terms of the people that we invited to participate. So we got 2,300 completed surveys from that response, but we stratified this back to 1,700. So that was nothing to do with the type of response or the source of the response or anything like that. It was really to do with making sure we got a good representation of age and gender, and also the areas and the little pockets that we wanted to be able to reach into. We ended up with a really probably similar proportion in terms of post-social and council website from what we received in terms of how that's represented in the final sample. So the survey or the report covers three main sections. So there's the perceptions of council, the environment, and the communication section. The perceptions of council is the longest section. I'll go through that first. One of the questions, the first questions we asked people was around awareness. So they were presented with a list and we said, okay, which of these were you aware that the council undertook? So some really strong awareness in terms of environmental roles, but also really strong in terms of public transport. This is obviously different in different communities and within different districts, and that's all broken down within the report. This is sort of the top 10 we've got here. All others, sort of anything under 60%. Lower awareness in terms of harbour and waterway navigation, adaptation to climate change and ownership of the port, but only 7% not aware of anything in terms of that list. So there was some association for most people in terms of the roles that you carry out. If they were aware of an activity, if they were aware that you undertook that activity, we then asked how well they thought this was delivered to the region. This is asked on a 1 to 10 scale, and I'll note that everything in the survey in terms of ratings for satisfaction or what have you is 1 to 10, and that's how it's been measured in the past, and it's how it's measured through this survey. So for that continuity, 7 to 10 is excellent or very satisfied, 4 to 6 is somewhat satisfied or fair, and then anything 3 or below is poor or very dissatisfied, and that's consistent throughout all the scales. So for this one, we've got some really strong satisfaction ratings in terms of the harbour, safe harbour and waterway navigation, public transport, monitoring rivers and port ownership, down to sort of, I guess, 38% or so in terms of that, making sure the water and air and land is cared for. This is your top 10. I guess the main thing across this, or one of the big takeouts, is there's really low levels of dissatisfaction, sort of peaking here at maybe 14%, higher in terms of don't know. So yeah, I knew you did it, but I'm not sure how well you're delivering it. Some of the other activities in terms of lower levels of excellent, 36 in terms of responding to pollutions, down to some lower levels of adapting to climate change, processing consents. And I guess this is where we start to see a few more of those fair ratings, but also higher proportions of don't know across these measures. We then asked people what they had used in terms of the services. Top 3 sort of being public transport, use of the website and the Harbour Master services. Everything else registered sort of under 5%. 46% of people hadn't used any of the services, so pretty similar in terms of 2023 results. The table down the bottom shows you year on year, and so usage has remained, I guess, fairly static between the 2 years. These little tables within the report will show a little plus or a minus sign, so that is, it means it's a significant difference. It's not just due to chance, it's something we should probably take note of. Those are also applied to anything within like a district comparison, so that means it will be unique to that district as well. People that had used these services were then asked to rate them. They weren't asked to rate the outcome, they were asked to rate the service they received. So we've got some really good results here in terms of, again, public transport, support from staff and use of the website, 52%, 51% in terms of resource consents and inquiries, and then lower satisfaction in terms of the funding and the pollution hotline. I probably will note that there was only 11 people in terms of this measure here. So while this gives you an indication, it's just bear in mind how many people we are talking to there, and that's always noted down the bottom of the report. Services, this is year on year, the ones we could compare. Fairly good satisfaction and consistent satisfaction for transport website and making an inquiry. Where we have seen some changes have been in the resource consent, a bit of an increase this year in terms of the proportion that were very dissatisfied. And also a decrease in very satisfied responses for pollution hotline. These are early indicators. As I said, we didn't ask people why they provided these ratings. It's really just, have you used the service and how was the service? So in terms of diagnostics, this is pretty much where we can stop with this. There are a few questions around the brand and the reputation overall. So these have been tracked year on year, and this year we've seen 44% very or strongly agree that the information is trustworthy that the council provides. There's also 33% in terms of agreement with operating with integrity, slightly lower for reputation, and then 20% stating that the council provides value for money. No huge changes in terms of satisfaction with for integrity and reputation or agreement with that, but there was some good climbs from, I guess, 2021 up to 26 in terms of that information. Value for money is a pretty stubborn measure. It sits at 20% and it's still sitting at 20%. What we have seen across this year is we've seen movement from somewhat agree down to don't know, and I think I'd probably attribute that to the broader sample we received, maybe more younger people within the sample saying, yeah, I know who you are, but I'm not sure of what activities, I'm not sure how the service is delivered. I really couldn't comment on this. Overall satisfaction, delivers services to the region overall and delivers services to your area locally. So a bit of a differentiation this year. 33% very satisfied with how the services are delivered at the region and 30% in terms of how they're delivered locally. There's a really strong correlation between these two. So if you're sitting in green here, you're sitting in green over here. And similarly with the orange and the yellows. This year sees a similar sort of profile to what we saw with those other brand measures, where we've got a decline in terms of those somewhat satisfied measures and an increase in terms of don't know responses. Okay, the environment. There's a couple of slides in here. The first one we ask is around pride in the region and also how connected you are to the region. Really strong levels of pride and really strong in terms of feeling connected. And again, correlation between those two. A slight increase this year in terms of pride. It's up 3%. The sample size is really big, so that is a significant difference for this measure. One of the questions we asked this year was about environmental priorities. So people were given a list and said, can you please pick your top 5? And within this, we see some really strong opinions, I guess, or selections around water quality and enough fresh water. And then I guess a little bit in terms of economic and population growth being managed and air. 24% of people actually said everything is important within this, and there's some analysis in there around how they think items are related and the role that everybody has to play in working with those. These do again differ by district, so the priority that some districts will put on different elements is identified within the report. We then asked people to narrow it down, so from the ones that you've picked, if you really had to push for one, what would you end up with? And this is interesting in that we still see a strong response for water, good water and enough fresh water, but we see a lift in terms of that preservation and protection and balance. So we're starting to see more around managing that growth and some elevation in terms of managing resources for future generations. So the last section within the report is around the council's communications. So we asked this question since 2022, and it's where people get their news from, mostly in terms of online, reading the news there, but also in terms of Facebook, right down to 4% of people saying, I don't get any news anywhere. I'm not sure where they are, but never mind. Really, what we've seen over time is an increase in those digital components. Now, nearly 20% of people are reading news on Instagram. And Facebook has had some slow increases over time. And then we've seen that drop in terms of those traditional channels. Obviously, there's demographic differences, and those are noted in the report, that they're probably as you would expect, but they're included in there. There are some specific questions around council's communications delivery, and this is where we've probably seen the biggest gains through this monitoring. Just under 60% of people saying that they trust what they receive, and another 57% saying they're happy with the access. Those two results have been measured since 2021, and you can see there's been some really steady climbs in terms of the proportion of 7 to 10 responses for both of those, particularly a big jump from 23 to now for both of those measures, and some declines in that dissatisfaction level. Two new measures this year were around the website, that it's accurate and up to date, and it's easy to navigate. And both of those received over half of the responses saying that they strongly agree with those. Again, very low levels of dissatisfaction for both of those measures. And that was only asked of people that had actually used the website. Overall satisfaction, just under half of people very satisfied, and this response follows probably a similar pattern to the other communications measures, 33, 36, 39, and a big jump from 23 to 26 up to 48%, saying that they're very satisfied with what they receive. So just a few points to consider. There's obviously a lot more detail in the report, and there's a lot more content around each of these measures, but the main things that I would probably draw your attention to is to continue to build on those communications gains. For content, I think it's important if you're to continue delivering that localized impact. We see the relationship between how I see you in my area versus how I feel about you at a regional level. So whether you have had that impact and there's been an positive outcome and a successful community partnership, profiling any of that is real positive in terms of building the profile of the council. Channels, I've said continue to utilise and expand the mix of communications channels. There's probably more channels now than there was in 23 when we last measured. But in saying that, I'm not saying completely abandon traditional media. There are still a lot of people who are disconnected in that space and will still need that content. So we can't throw it all out in just paper of digital. Anything that highlights the council's role in protecting and preserving the region, I think is something to build into that narrative. We see that actually is important when we look at environmental priorities. So the role the council has in that is probably pretty critical. And addressing that in terms of the landscape of reform is important. I would probably look to address the relationship between value for money and satisfaction. This is by no means saying cheaper rates or reduced services. What it is those that are really dissatisfied are often saying, I don't see you in my area, I don't know what you do, you're not visible, how do I know where my rates money is going? So while some of that localized impact content will help, it may be worth addressing that at a more direct level. And the last one is to look at some of those service delivery perceptions against the what is actually delivered. As I said, this is a very early indicator, but it might be worth following up on some of those resource consents or pollution hotline or what have you, to just see if that marries up or reflects the data that you collect internally. Yeah, and that's it.
Excellent. Questions? Councillor Laws.
Just take me through this again. This is the 4th year in which Versus have done this work, this perceptions work, public perceptions work, the IRC, yeah?
Yep.
And I think it went, 2020 was the first year, was it? And there was 22, 23, and it's been a 3-year gap between the last one and this one.
Yeah, so 21, 22, 23, so you did it annually.
Yeah.
And then you've had a 3-year gap to 2026.
And the big difference between 2023 and 2026 is methodology.
Yes, we've changed that this year. So the others had the 3 consistent.
So the first question I'd have, got a couple, but the first question I'd have would be, are we comparing apples with apples? So if you've changed your methodology, it would seem almost logical to suspect you might end up with different results because you're testing it in a slightly different way and asking slightly different questions and getting a slightly different client base. Is that a fair observation?
Yes, and it was probably part of the methodology. The reason for the change was to try and get that broader base to reach more people. So yes, there is probably an element of that, but the survey was still completed online. So it was still, previously we had an online survey, it was just where we sourced those people from. There was a small telephone component within that sample. So that's when you start to see a difference, whether I'm asking you a question over the phone or whether you're reading it and putting your response on a rating scale. Generally, that's where you see the biggest difference in terms of responding. So there's probably a combination of factors in here, but we have, you know, your 2021, 22 and 23 all used a large portion of online interviewing. So it meant that they saw the question in the same way as what people did this way.
Right. So I shouldn't read too much into a big gap in terms of a result between 23 and 26, because that might be methodology bias. So I'd be better off, wouldn't I, waiting for 2025, sorry. I'd be better off waiting for 2027 and then having a particular result confirmed, wouldn't I, to make sure that that is in actual fact the reality of the situation.
You'll definitely get apples with apples, like that will be a method comparison. Yep. But I do think we've seen some, you know, when I noted the change in that somewhat agree down to don't know, I think that is a result of that method and being able to reach a broader audience.
Yeah. I had you on about this 3 years ago, or maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was the council laws and the staff. It's your idea of grading a fail as average. Now, you see, if I was to ask people around this table, grade me 1 to 10 about how something is, and you were to give me a 4, I would fail. It's just a simple maths thingy, and I've been through school. And when I got a 4, that wasn't a pass. In this whole survey, you've managed to lump 4, 5, and 6. 6, which is a pass, 5, which is you need to do better, and 4, which is a fail, together to give me these results. Now, what I really want to know is how many people, for example, on the question, Otago Regional Council provides value for money, I really want to know how many people said 4, given that you've got here 31% of them said, what's the definition? Somewhat agree. Now, I don't get 4 as somewhat agree, Natalie. And I don't think in your world either you do. So I'm struggling to see why we would group 4 as a pass when it's clearly a fail. And everybody who would answer that question knows it's a fail. That's why they give it a 4, not a 5 or a 6.
I think when we look at the responses over the period, there is similarities between 4 and 6, and for simplicity, those have been put together. So you're doing okay, but there's room for improvement. They seem to be fairly consistent. Rather than recreating a report which is very spread out, they've been grouped into, you know, good, average, poor. We can definitely provide you with that data in terms of that breakdown. It's easy enough to do. It's really in terms of simplicity of reporting. And when you look, they do have that sort of similar tone in terms of their responses.
I've not struck you doing this before, and that wasn't why 20 years ago we hired you in Wanganui to class a 4 as a 6, just quietly. But what you could do is you could have in actual fact added another section, it seems to me. You could have gone 5 to 6, and then you could have gone 3 to 4. This is somewhat of a failure, not a complete catastrophe. And then, 0, 1, 2. I know you've got the information in front of you. If you were to simply take out 4s and you were to redo that middle bit, which runs through your entire survey, that wouldn't be too difficult, would it?
No, we could definitely provide that data.
Because then I might get a more accurate thing. And I don't mean to be nasty, Natalie, because I had enormous confidence in you 20 years ago, so my confidence isn't lost now, but 4 and 6 aren't the same. And I'm sure they didn't teach you that in primary school either.
So just to note, we had a reasonably lengthy debate on this.
We certainly did.
2 years in a row, but at that point, the debate was actually around, at that stage, I think we took somewhat satisfied as 4 to 7 and very pleased as 8 to 10, and council instructed us to recast them as 4 to 6 and 7 to 10.
Yeah.
So
and I was making the same point then, Richard.
I can't. But in Natalie's defence, these categories and the way the numbers have been provided has been the subject, and we did recast completely year 1 result in year 2 to ensure we could compare apples with apples from year 1 and year 2. There was an extra bit of work done in year 2. We carried that through to year 3, and as I understand it, Natalie, that is the same categorisation we've now carried through to this survey, albeit the methodology is slightly different, but the categories are the same. So I guess my message is we can because we've done it before, but again, it's also about how do we settle on what we want as a council in the long term, so we can just.
Well, listen, I'm happy to go with my colleagues here, but I don't think any of them went to school and discovered that 4 was a pass or somewhat a pass. I'm pretty sure when they got 4, either at university or at school, primary school, they knew that they'd failed that particular paper. And I'm pretty sure the qualifications were set up, Richard, as you went to university as well in school, was set up that way too. Now, all I'm saying is that so if that's the common understanding of our constituents, giving you a 4 as value for money, they're not saying we somewhat think you're value for money. They somewhat think they're not value for money would be a 4. So I'm just saying, it would be good to get the 4s out of there, to recast that, and then we'd get a slightly, I think, more accurate picture of what the perceptions of our council are. Now, you're telling me, Natalie, that you can do that because you've got all the raw data there. Is it just simply a case of throwing that particular equation into the raw data in your computer, is it?
Not quite, but yes, we would need to, if you want, just tell me what the groups are and I can rerun that.
I'll so move at the end of this. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Councillor Laws, we could leave that with the Chief Executive Officer to undertake that look for you and communicate with.
It's not for me, it's for everybody.
I appreciate it for everybody.
Portfolio lead.
I'm the portfolio lead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So,
yeah.
Are you going to leave it to me? Well, Richard and I, we should have, okay, we can sort that out today then, can we? Okay, good on you. We have an assurance that Richard and I can work that out today.
I'm assured my CE will. Yeah.
I'm the questions. We got not achieved.
You got not achieved?
Yeah.
That's right.
He's never about anything in his life.
Keep up, move on. Further questions?
Excellent.
That's right.
Further questions? We have some recommendations. Just one notes this report. Notes the draft 2026 community survey results. Have someone move those two?
I'll so move.
So move, councillor seconder, councillor Callagher. Debate. No debate at this stage, so we will put both those motions together. All those in favour? Yeah. Against? Carried. We move on to recommendation 3 that agrees an approach for deeper consideration of the community feedback report and development of an action plan. And if I take you through paragraph 21, that gives us some options in staff seeking us to move in a particular in the direction that we feel appropriate for us to do. And that's, going back on the morning, which is, do we form a working group? Do the portfolio leads look at the results relevant to the areas and highlight actions? Or do we direct our CE to develop a draft action plan and bring back to council? And I would consider that automatically our portfolio, I'll come straight to you, Councillor Ross, that I would think that automatically with this document coming to us that our portfolio leads would certainly be doing that as a matter of course, but that probably only takes us so far. So I'll open that up to Councillor Robertson.
I would like to move C, directing the Chief Executive to develop a draft action plan and report back to council. So yeah, there's a reporting back to council, so we would get to assess that anyway. But I think that I probably shouldn't talk to it. Sorry.
I'll second that motion.
Yep.
I'll second the motion.
So we have a seconder. Let's debate that motion now.
Want me to
You can lead off and you'll have a right.
yeah, It's very detailed. It covers everything that we do at council. As you said, Chair, it's important that the portfolio leads go through carefully and consider how they will be involved. But I do think that it requires a significant amount of work pulling this together. And yeah, the skills, the experience, the oversight of all branches of the council sit with the chief executive. I think that's the first point of call from my point of view. It's, yeah, as I already said when I shouldn't have, it will come back to the council as well, so we can assess what comes forward. I think that's the first step.
Thank you. Further debate?
I just wanted to say to new councillors that when I first joined the council, and Gretchen and Andrew as well, we didn't have a community perceptions report as well, despite it being widespread throughout local government. So we really didn't get an annual review or any analysis other than an election as to how the ORC was travelling. And as a consequence of this, we put this in place 6 years ago now, Gretchen. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Like it's the key of having these perceptions reports, not to get the results, but to turn the results into positive action. And that is where the chief executive comes in to make sure that we don't ignore these, that they drive our actions forward, and that we are responding to the views of our community in a much greater detail than simply us getting elected to sit around this table. So certainly second this motion.
Further debate? I'd just like to add to that from the chair. Look, I consider this a very important part of how we operate as ORC. We need to be in touch with what our community are thinking, where we can assist our community, where our community possibly doesn't understand some of the things that we're doing. We've got some very good recommendations from here around that value for money proposition, continuing to build on our communication gains. And one of those I see is as simple as highlighting the role that we actually take within our community and within our environment. Are we actually getting that picture across? And the perceptions around service delivery, are we actually delivering our work plans, and are we showing our communities that we're delivering? So there's some really good stuff in there. So regardless of what simplifying local government will come out with in its due course, it's critical that we as an organisation get on with the job and make sure our community understands what we're doing and we're listening to what they are saying. So I'd just like to add that. Councillor Gillespie.
As one of the new councillors, as Councillor Laws pointed out, to not take this information and turn it into something to go forward with would just be a waste of time doing it. And while the issue about 4, 5s and 6s is something that might get picked up through that process, so don't disagree entirely with what Michael was saying about 4, because in my language that's a fail as well. And 5 was got me through type thing. I think it would be a mistake not to take advantage of what we learned from what people have told us and I'll put a plan of going forward and make it worthwhile. And then it might inform the next survey you do as well. And it might also it will definitely inform the community, because we seem to respond and either explain why we're doing what we're doing or do it better.
Thank you, Councillor Gillespie. Any further debate? Before I put the motion, we're just looking at.
So just speaking to Amanda, it'd be good to put a date on that motion so it's not open-ended. So
what, next council meeting?
No, wasn't my suggestion. We're going to suggest to bring it back by June. It may come back in May, but at least by June at the latest, it would be in play before the start of the new council year.
I was just going to say, but shouldn't it inform our decision making when it comes to the annual plan anyhow? So wouldn't that?
We're out. Yeah. I mean, that's coming next month. Yeah. Because we're communicating the decisions to the community at the moment.
And it would need to be integral in our thoughts around our long-term plan, which starts very soon.
It should be absolutely be integral, but I'm just saying. Well, you're saying 2 council meetings then, Richard?
Yeah, I'll put June there, so it'll be June at the latest. If the team can achieve May, we will definitely get it to May.
Happy with that.
Comfortable?
Happy, Michael?
Yeah,
Second and comfortable with that?
yeah.
Thank
Provide,
you.
and can we just recast some of the information too, Richard, as apropos our discussion?
Strategic portfolio, the strategic portfolio of Libyan.
Yep. You're reluctant?
I'll put that motion. Comfortable? All those in favour?
Aye.
To the contrary? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff, and thanks for the presentation of the document. Very good. We will now move on back into our main agenda. That was a supplementary, and we will go now to our Regional Software Holdings Limited. Received our Software Holdings Limited draft statement of intent and our half-year report, and I was going to hand over to Councillor Gardner to introduce this paper, but I think I'll just go straight direct to Mr. Donnelly, and he can take us through, give us an understanding for those new councillors what this action is about and a wee bit of history. So thanks, Nick.
Yeah, hopefully this one's fairly straightforward way to finish the day. We've received RSHL's statement of intent. For those of you who were here last year, we'd received it. We'd moved to being a shareholder, so we didn't put it in front of council in time. But as you'll see, you get a couple of months to review that and provide any feedback. So this is presenting it to you as councillors. If you've got any feedback on their statement of intent, we'll feed that back to them by 1 May, and then they, in due course, finalise their statement of intent, and you'll receive that in early July when they do that. I've noted in there's really only one change. They've slightly tweaked the wording on their purpose, and that's the main thing that they want to receive feedback on. Just in light of local government reforms, they've just reworded that so that it allows them to provide shared services to local government in general, just sort of foreshadowing where things might go. So I've noted it there. It is very minor, but if there is any feedback on that in particular or anything else, councillors can just raise that and we'll pass that on to RSHL.
Questions for Mr. Donnelly? What advantages are we getting out of being part of this, Nick?
We discussed that at the time that we became a shareholder, because we were already involved with RSHL even before we were a shareholder. Shareholding it allows us to be part of this process. So we get to provide feedback. We can seek to have somebody on the board. We haven't as yet, but that's always an option. But apart from that, the day-to-day, as it's noted there, all of the programs that they run have individual funding agreements. So there's no cost to us of being a shareholder, as we just participate in the various programs or projects that they're doing and pay our funding share for each of those individually. But certainly it allows us to have more input and oversight from the governance point of view.
Thank you, Nick. Further questions?
Remind us of how much we spend on this each year, Nick? And our membership of what we pay?
Well, there's no membership, or there's no cost of being a shareholder. There's no membership as such, but we pay various amounts for those programs, or the key programs that are listed there. So depending on what we participate in, there's a general shared services for the regional sector. I'd have to go away and look at what our share and what we pay for all of those. The big one that we're participating in at the moment is the IRIS Next Gen, the regulatory system. And again, the exact amounts I'd have to go away and pull them out.
And just for councillors to know, I've just had a chat to Joe about we're at a stage in that process now, because it is our biggest systems upgrade. It's all our regulatory systems and takes in Koima and other things. We're at a stage where we present to council just so you can see what we're doing and what it will mean for our customers, because we're operating off some fairly old systems at the moment, and it'll make a big difference. So it'd be good to share some of those details with you as well.
Further questions? Excellent. We have two recommendations. One, notice report and the attached draft statement of intent for 2026-27 and the half-yearly report for the period ended 31 December 2025 and provides feedback, if any, on the statement of intent 2026-2027. Someone move in that direction. Councillor Robertson, seconded Councillor Hollier. Sorry, Kate, yes?
No, I'm going to ask I'm so slow going to ask a question. I just realised that I was trying to articulate in my head before I asked it. It's just one in light of privacy and a lot of government and some criticism of government schemes that take data. And because of this is being developed, the IRIS Next Generation, because it's a regulatory framework space especially, can I just ask what we hand these over to tiered organisations. How high is the privacy?
So
in
this
there?
one, we will still hold the software. It's ours, but the system is being designed as a collective so that all of the councils involved are delivering consistent services and a consistent way of gathering information and more importantly being able to report it back to government, because everyone does it slightly differently.
Yeah.
So we will still be in control of our own privacy settings, and through Robert's team and Tammy's area, they obviously are very aware of privacy requirements across all of our systems.
So the actual data won't be shared at an individual.
It'll only be shared at the appropriate scale, which is aggregated.
Thank you.
We go back to our mover, that was Councillor Robertson, and our seconder was Councillor Hollier. Any further debate? Opportunity for closing statements not required. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay. It is just a bit early, so I thought I might sit down and give you a 50-minute lecture on being a councillor, or I could take the other option. And thank you for all your attendance. Thanks for the staff that have provided us excellent information throughout the day and assistance to make it function. We have been invited to share some time with both district councillors at 5:30 at the Archers Bar and Cafe at 13 Clyde Street. For those who don't know, I can direct you to that place. It's an old haunt, but it's no longer old.
It's very new.
So thank you again, and safe journeys for those travelling, and we look forward to our next council meeting. Thank you.
Well done.
Meeting closed.
Thanks.